How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Welcome in. How we all doing? Alrighty. How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome in. Another day. Last day of drops today. Last day of drops. Another probably slightly longer than normal stream. Give people the opportunity, if you haven't already got your Dragon Kite, to get it sorted. Today's your last day to be watching some streams. If you know that, you're already here though. Stupid annual general meeting at work made me miss yesterday's stream. Good thing there's always VODs. Welcome in, Nethermage. Yes, there's always VODs. Hopefully there'll be no technical issues today and everything will go smooth as butter. It's the start of Black Friday week this week, which is a bit odd because, you know, Black Friday's technically not till next Friday. But all of the stores have been like, oh, you know what, we'll make it this Friday as well. And it's all gone a little bit crazy this morning. I was doing some shopping first thing, seeing if there was any bargains to be had. There's a few things I'll keep my eyes on. I'm very, very tempted to get that new computer built in time for Dragonflight, but we'll see. It's more a case of if I can get the components, because I want the new stuff. I'm not a fan of buying old computer hardware. I want the new stuff. But we'll see how that goes. See if I can get myself some good deals over the next few days. Especially with the weekend around the corner. I've got a busy weekend again though. So today we're going to play some video games and have some fun. The irony for me nowadays is that my Monday to Friday is my easy days, and then the weekend is where I have to do all the real life stuff that I put off during the week. So the weekend is not really fit for purpose anymore, but I enjoy it. It's all good. Haddock, welcome in. Good morning to you. Welcome, welcome. I was taking a peruse through the Discord this morning, and apparently there's beta changes. So I need to try and play catch up a little bit on what these were. Have we had a new beta build? Have we had a new beta build? What's going on? Oh, the tokens are staying cheaper. I won't go as far as saying cheap, but it was at highest 360 the other day. What's NA token doing now? It's plateaued, a little over 200,000 gold. It's going to be tough for it to push past the 200,000, but once the expansion goes live, it'll do it. It'll do it for sure. Don't worry, NA, you'll have your cheap tokens back again. God knows what's going to happen in the EU. We may just be destined for 300k tokens forever. We'll see. If it dips below 250, I'll probably cash out a bunch of gold. We'll see. I don't think it's going to go as low as the 160 that we had at the start of Shadowlands. Probably not. No new posts about it. What have we got on here then? We've got Overwatch 2 dev. Hang on, can we make this a bit bigger? Large nerfs to secondary stat gems and enchants on the Dragonflight beta. This word frustrates me when it's talking about beta. It's not a nerf because it's not live yet. It's the test realm, you know. I understand technically something going down in numbers is, you know, it's more of a reduction in secondary stats. I don't know. Maybe it's the grammar Nazi coming out, but when it's like, oh, huge, massive nerfs, well, they're not really nerfs because the game's not live yet. Nobody has ever had access to a bigger number than this, so it does frustrate me a little bit, but I know I do get into it. So what is it though? What is it? Gems. Stats on gems have been reduced by 62.5%. For an example, a quality 3 gem went from 235 of a single secondary stat down to only 88. Okay. Enchants are in the same category. Enchants have had a mix of increases and decreases. However, the large second stat enchant rings have been massively reduced as well. It's all balancing, right? This always happens at this sort of time. As long as they don't piss about with the material numbers too much, I'm fine with that. Because Oh, look, here we go. Screenshots by Penguin, look. Truth be told, it doesn't particularly matter because whatever is the best is what people will want. It doesn't matter if it's 1 stat more or 24 stats more, people still want the best. World of Warcraft has devolved over many years into an absolute must-have, nothing but the best sort of mindset. Second best is first loser. Nobody wants to be a loser. So given the option to have something that, I mean, people still buy Hexweave bags because they're epic. It's just, you know, you can't always apply logic to people's play styles. You can try your best, but it doesn't usually matter. If one says quality 2 and that offers less stats than the one that says quality 3, you bet your ass people will want to buy the quality 3 version. Because it doesn't matter if it actually offers a DPS increase or not. If you don't have the best, you are behind somebody else. Doesn't matter what the numbers are. Genuinely doesn't matter what the numbers are. If somebody's got rank 3 gems and you've only got rank 2 gems, all of a sudden that makes you a scrub. Doesn't matter what the stats are. It doesn't matter if it's a 0% DPS increase between the two. You've got to have the best. Makes me wonder what other changes have been happening on the beta. Well, if the Soul interview has anything to go by, they're clearly having another look at work orders in some way, shape, or form. I wonder if that will pop up at some point. Okay, that was a remarkably limited article. Wowhead are clearly it's a slow news day at Wowhead, obviously. Slow news day for sure. Especially considering gems were never really like, woo, gems are back. Gems are still going to be in the same boat they always were. They'll be good for the first couple of weeks, and then they'll die a death, and they'll be 5 gold each. Oh, Max has interviewed Morgan, has he? Oh, that could be an interesting one. That could be an interesting one. Preheat has done an interview with Graham. Oh, all the interviews are coming out now, look. Welcome back weekend. I saw this. This weekend you can play Shadowlands for free. For free! So if there's any of you out there like me that have like 8 different accounts, of six of which have not got game time attached to them currently, because why the hell would you need to be running so many accounts currently? Now's a really good weekend to go through those characters and harvest them for anything that's valuable and get it all transferred over to your main account. Because you don't need to waste a token's worth of gold just activating it to see what's on it. I stumbled across a character that had had gold cap on it on a dead account. I was like, oh, that's where that went then. So yeah, get on that for sure. Overwatch is now doing Twitch drops as well again, apparently. World of Warcraft Deluxe Edition Mount Bundle and the Anniversary Pack through till November the 28th. Oh my lord, they want yet more money offers. Wow, it doesn't stop, does it? It genuinely doesn't stop. After they just wanted a 12-month sub for $150. Woof. Do they think we're made of money? Blizzard has introduced a special mount bundle to the shop, offering mounts from the past digital deluxe editions. Does that not mean I have, like, all of them anyway, then? Surely I probably just have all of these anyway, right? The Anniversary Pack offers mounts at a 50% discount through till November the 28th. $80. Woo! Spicy meatball. I'm still selling deep sea bags cheaper than the shrouded cloth ones, and they sell for more. Buyers are not smart, and I'm happy to provide. Hey, if it works, it works. If it works. I'm not gonna lie, that's a lot of mounts though, to be fair. Oh, mounts and pets. Mr. Pandaria Deluxe Edition, Mr. Pandaria Deluxe Edition, Warlords of Draenor Deluxe Edition, WoD Deluxe Editions, Legions Deluxe Editions, BFA Deluxe Editions. Surely I've got all of these, right? Surely I've got all of these anyway. The only ones I might not have is the Alabaster variants from the 15th anniversary, which was, wow, 3 years ago now. Are they doing the same thing on this again, where they pro-rata the price if you already own half the shit? Does this mean that you can buy just the ones that you're missing and still get the 50% discount? Not that I'm really that fussed or bothered either way. It would just be nice that if they were to do that. So here we go. Take a trip down memory lane with remarkable pets and unforgettable mounts. Blah, blah, blah. The commemorative bundle includes mounts and pets for your World of Warcraft characters from Burning Crusade Classic, Mists of Pandaria, WoD, Legion, BFA, and the 15th anniversary mounts. Valid for a limited time only, blah, blah, blah. Bunch of pets. I'm only missing one and it's ending up being €7.50. Well, I suppose in that case then it's, you might as well. Steadfast grounded mounts, iconic flying mounts. Okay, fair enough. I'm intrigued now. Color me intrigued. What's it gonna set me back if I want this damn thing? Store World of Warcraft. Oh, 30% on. Well, go back. 30% on select character services. Well, if I want to go Horde, I guess now's the time to do it, right? Well, let me put it this way. I don't particularly want to go Horde. Price discounted, you already have some of these items. Oh, I clearly don't have a lot of them then. Oh, maybe I was a cheapskate back in the past and never bought the deluxe editions. Well, alright. Does it give you any indication to which ones? Mine's only €20. I've never been too much of a fan of buying the extra mounts because there's enough of them in game that I don't have anyway. I'm not a super duper mega avid collector of mounts. The in-game shop shows you what it is you've actually got. How does it now? Okay, let's check that out then. Let's load up. Oh, we already have it loaded up. Lovely. I need to get Project Pet on the go today. That's what we're doing first thing anyway. Why have I not got any in-game sound? It's nice that it excludes the ones you already have. Well, I mean, I'm of the opinion it's not nice that they do that. I think that's really mandatory. They shouldn't, put a bundle offer out there and make you buy the same thing twice. That's just gross. I guess we don't need world boss timers on every character, but... Haha! Sold some pets. So, shop. Special offers. No, because I don't know if that's going to show anything it shouldn't. No, we're not buying a 12-month sub. See, I don't buy the store mounts. Even though I could practically get all of these for free, I still don't. Yeah, you see, there's loads I'm still missing. That's probably why. We like to praise Blizz for the bare minimum. True. Oh, so these are the ones I'll get. There'll be 11 mounts, apparently. And pets in total. Yeah, not actually bothered. Truth be told, not actually bothered. I'd rather save the $50 for another copy of something else.
Are you just glad to
Big
see
Boo,
me?
thank you very much for the Prime
Well,
Gaming this
hello.
morning. Welcome in. Thank you. Is there any way, does anybody know this, if this is a thing? There's an add-on I use called Add-on Control Panel, which is highly recommended. But is there any way, when you install a new add-on, for it to not automatically turn that add-on on all of your characters? It's one of the biggest things that puts me off installing a new add-on. is that it all of a sudden is then on by default on every single one of my characters, and it drives me bananas, especially if I only downloaded it for the use on one very specific character. Absolutely drives me mad. And I would really, at some point, like to work out how the hell to not have that happen. And why does Auctionator keep turning itself on? Pet seller, load. Disable all. Pet seller, load. No, why is Auctionator part of Pet seller? Go away. Should only be 3 add-ons on this set. Fuck off, Auctionator. I might just uninstall this. If I uninstall it, like straight up uninstall it, then it can't do silly things, can it? Doesn't count all and it saves some that aren't supposed to be saved. Yeah, I don't know if it's a dependencies thing or something. I can't quite work it out. But there's something about it that's it sort of works, but then it sort of doesn't. Well, at least Auctionator's not on anymore, which is how I wanted it to be. I don't know why Auctionator turns itself on. Actually, it appears I don't need to be on this character. Cool. After all of that, next character. There's only 2 things I'm happy to pay for: bigger bags and not automatically loading new add-ons. Yeah, very much so. Yes, big agree. Big agree. Not bigotry, big agree. $91 DNY, good morning, welcome in. Welcome. What do we sell over here? Hey, I sold Reigns of Poseidus for 5k. The hell? I have a sneaky feeling at one point I bought a boatload of Reigns of Poseiduses. Reigns of... What's the plural of Poseiduses? I bought a bunch of them. I don't know where they are. Here they are. For some reason, I bought 17 of them for 1,700 gold apiece. I have absolutely no idea why I did that, but, well, we flipped one. It's a miracle. At this point, we're just going to keep everything in our bags because we need to get rid of it. A bunch of Garn Night Howls as well. Why the hell have I got these? And why did I buy these? No idea. Oh, wow, an hour until everything expires. Okay, well, that'll have to wait till tomorrow then. If I can blast through my Project Pet realms nice and quickly, then coffee will kick in, and then we'll jump over to the beta and have a little bit of a play over there for today's stream. We've not spent much time on the beta in the last few days, with all pre-patch and all that sort of stuff going on, so... Nightmares, I still remember buying one for 700k a week before they changed the rare. Oof! Yeah, that's an ouch. That's an ouch. Part and parcel of Goblin Earring, though, right? Comes with the territory. Sometimes you have to make those educated decisions, and sometimes they're wrong. To put it simply. Hopefully you win more often than you lose, and it's all gravy. I wonder if this battle pet thing's been updated anyway. Out of curiosity, is there either an add-on or a console command I can do to prevent these things from popping up? It's nice that, you know, I get told an add-on's broken, but I'm going to be honest, I don't care. Is there something to turn these pissing things off on all of my characters? Because I know in a couple of days' time, the add-on will get updated and it'll work again. And it'll be fine. Bug sack. Okay. Sometimes the decision educates you. That is true. Is there just a way to turn off Lua errors? Console script errors 0. I vaguely remember that being a thing. I wonder if I'm going to have to do that on every character, though. That's the thing. I'm quite sure you are right. I'm quite sure that is a thing. I guess bug sack is probably, or bug grabber. It's good, but it spams your chat. Yeah, I don't want any spam. I don't want any pop-ups. I don't want any spam. I know the add-on will get itself fixed before long, so. I just don't want the pop-ups every time I log on to a character. I really don't sell many pets on many realms, though. I really need to start focusing on actually, you know, snagging a few good deals on pets, or being a little bit more aggressive with what I buy. Bugsack puts an icon on the minimap, green, no errors, red, errors, and you can press it to check what you want. Ah, that's quite smart. Oh, you see, now it's not done it on this character. Is that maybe because the add-on isn't even switched on this character? No, the add-on is switched on. Okay, maybe that console command did it. Maybe the console command is account-wide rather than character level. I was wondering what your thoughts are on Dragonflight goal making potential. I've returned after a long while break and no clue about it. You could not have asked me a broader question, my friend. I've been playing the beta for an alpha for months at this point. You might need to be a little bit more specific.
You just glad to see
there is obviously
Manthe Goblin
500 different ways to make gold in Dragonflight. Put it this way, to summarize very TLDR, the start of an expansion, you have to do something incredibly wrong to not make gold. If you put at least, you know, some effort into making gold, whether it be leveling up a profession, spending a few hours gathering, there is plenty of gold to be had. When everything's new and everything's shiny and everybody wants all of the new shiny things, the service industry, the goblin service industry kicks in, you know. If you go out and get that shiny thing that somebody else wants, somebody will pay you so that they don't have to go and get it. Works like a charm, every expansion, without fail. Animix, thank you very much for the tier 2. 3 months now. Thank you very much. Do appreciate it. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. What's your plan for profession combos? Can only go for 2 characters and I'm thinking about doing something. If you care about crafting, yeah, you want to double up crafting professions. And if you've got enough gold already to not worry about buying materials, then yeah, double crafting on 2 characters. Just pick 4 professions you enjoy. 4 professions is practically 50% of what's available, so you'll be fine. You'll be fine. If there's something like Shadowlands Legendaries, no, there's nothing like Shadowlands Legendaries. Thank God. Shadowlands Legendaries was a mistake that should never have happened. And I hope it never happens again. It nearly killed the game. It made a few people ridiculously wealthy, but that's not to say it nearly killed the game. Chalida, welcome in. Good morning to you. How we doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, Shadowlands Legendaries is one of the things that I was, happy to profit from whilst the profit was good, but it very quickly got very boring. And it was kind of to give you a brief overview, some of you will obviously know this, but to give you a brief overview, 9.0 was entirely about legendaries for me. I barely stepped foot outside of the auction house because of legendaries in 9.0. Because in 9.0, I was aggressively trying to level everything up. And the problem I had was that I did not have the gold to be able to just power it. And so I had to rely on crafting things, selling things, taking the profit from selling those things, and then using that profit to level up more slots until I eventually had all of it. I had everything unlocked, I wouldn't say early on, but quite quickly in 9.0, I think. Relative to a lot of other people anyway. 9.1 rolled round, and I had everything unlocked very quickly and very easily, and I got super duper bored with it. Didn't play too much in 9.1. 9.1.5 was really profitable, though. They also fucked people with Korthite crystals in 9.1. That was funny. That was quite funny. Then we go into 9.2, and with about 3 or 4 weeks of preparation for patch 9.2, and about 30 million gold invested into materials for 9.2, I was able to turn that 30 million into about 60 in the space of about 4 days. And then I was like, right, I'm done. That's me done. And since that day, I've practically not crafted legendaries ever again. Because it was good whilst it lasted, but boy oh boy was I glad to see the back of it. Do you have a rough estimate of how much gold you made in Shadowlands? In terms of turnover, I've got no idea. I think I probably sold about 500 million gold worth of stuff. I think I've not added it all up for a while, but I think I'm sat somewhere between 90 and 100 million gold in actual liquid gold nowadays. I'm not entirely sure. I keep spending it on things, and I keep doing silly things. Diablo Immortal sucked a good few million out of the system for me. I would say, obviously, purchasing Dragonflight a few times, paying for multiple accounts with gold without really strictly making much. I've spent probably close to 15 million gold on pets since 9.2. I'm not sure I'm not sure the grand total, but it's still enough that I don't have to worry about it by miles. Nine 9.0 was crazy. Spreadsheet helped a ton back then. Did like 15 million just on legendaries. Yeah, I'm really glad that the spreadsheet helped people. It was mainly because one of the biggest problems was there was no way to see it in game. There was no way to see it because you couldn't see rank 2, rank 3, or rank 4 until you'd unlocked it. Not easily anyway. So people were misled very, very heavily. They looked at how much it would cost them to craft 15 rank 1s, and they just multiplied that by 4 and thought that's what it would be. What they didn't realise is that it almost exponentially got more expensive every time you ranked up. Unlocking rank 2 could have cost you like, I don't know, 100k. Unlocking rank 3, though, could have cost you like 300 or 400k. And then it could have been like 500,000 to unlock rank 4. It was just crazy. The price just amplified because of the amount of materials they took. This is why I think so many... See, we hear about the success stories a lot. What we don't hear so often is about what probably would have been catastrophic level failures as well. For every person you hear of that made tens of millions of gold with legendaries, there's probably 4 or 5 people that spent most, if not all, of their gold trying to level it up and then got halfway and ran out of gold and just couldn't go any further because the stuff that they'd crafted then just couldn't sell it for a profit, and it was just a vicious cycle backwards then. Shadowlands legendaries were one of those where, oh my lord, if you didn't level it up in patch 9.0, you were fighting an uphill battle for the rest of the expansion. Luckily, I don't think there's really anything like that in Dragonflight. We were talking yesterday, people think the spec trees might do that because they see how slow it is to gain knowledge points, and they see how many knowledge points you need to complete the tree. If you need like 500 to 800 knowledge points and you're only getting like 10 to 20 a week, people are like, oh my god, I'm never going to catch up. But luckily, the talent trees are very broad and they're not very deep, which means you can go in one direction and finish one thing within a couple of weeks. So you'll never actually be that behind. Your sum total of knowledge points will never catch up somebody that started from day one. But the point is you can still be just as competitive in any given market within probably 2 or 3 weeks. So the difference will be is that goblins that start at the beginning will just be in many more markets. It's actually really quite cool. It pushes people. The spec trees in Dragonflight are going to push people into a method of gold making that's actually really heavily suggested you do anyway. Putting all your eggs in one basket because the moment it works, that's great. But then what happens when that thing stops working? You've got nothing. You're left with absolutely nothing. One thing that people generally suggest is, diversify. Pick up 2 professions. Pick up 2 different professions on your other alts. Pick up 2 more professions on another alt, so that you have lots of options available to you. And then, well, hey, if alchemy's flavor of the month this week, then you've got an alchemist ready to go. And if it then switches to, well, jewel crafting's flavor of the month this week, then you can instantly switch and you have options. Spreading wide is actually really sensible. Spec trees are going to kind of force people in that direction because you can't go super deep with them. You can't put any more than about 100 points into any single market. It's very quick and easy to like max a market. The only real meaningful decision is going to be in the first few weeks of the expansion when nobody has anything and you have to pick your first one. But you'll complete your first one quite quickly. And if you get it right first time, great, excellent, you'll make a lot of gold. If you get it wrong, because if you end up picking the one thing that everybody else on your realm has also picked, then you might not make quite as much gold, but it's the start of the expansion, so everybody makes gold anyway. So like I said, it's almost impossible to fail at the start of an expansion, which is fun. You can you have to do something pretty tragic to go too wrong at the start of an expansion. I read a few of the WoW economy failure stories. There was definitely a few. Obviously, people are far less inclined to talk about how they spent 10 million gold on legendaries and then sold everything and only had 6 million gold after. There's not many people that want to talk about that too publicly. People are far more likely to talk about the time that they spent 5 million gold and turned it into 20. Kind of also remember TSM being completely scuffed with different ranks and auctioning operations. Yeah, it took some incredible wizardry to get TSM to work in any way, shape or form. There was lots of people, and this is the reason it was a massive time sink, because there was lots of people in 9.0 genuinely just posting and cancel scanning almost manually, because it was a pain in the ass to get TSM to do the right thing. It was possible, and I remember I had some custom price sources that were like 3 pages of text long just to get it to work. It was pretty wild. Fun though for a while. It was fun leveling them all up. I far more enjoy the journey though. Like honestly, the leveling of, you know, the scrapping, the fighting. Yeah, I don't know how many of you remember, but I used to save 10% of all of my revenue. Anytime I opened a mailbox in the morning, I took 10% and I put it in the guild bank, and I just left it there. And eventually that guild bank was full, and I was like, oh shit, we've got a lot of gold here, boys. And then we emptied it out and spent it all leveling a few more things up again, and then it filled up again even quicker next time round. It was like, woohoo! It was fun. Oh, we've really not got many pets on this round, do we? It's barely worth it. I know a failure story. He stopped playing in early Shadowlands. Those are the casual, semi-casual players who don't really hang out on forums, Reddit, so you never hear their stories. Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. This is one thing that I try to keep at the forefront of my mind, is that the fact that you guys are here now watching me play World of Warcraft puts you in a league far above most players. Most players of this game do not watch YouTube videos about World of Warcraft. They do not watch live streams about World of Warcraft. They are not reading Wowhead articles about World of Warcraft. The majority of people just log on, play the game, chat to a few people in their guild, and log off. You know, the active people within any form of community around this game are, you know, you're already 3 or 4 steps ahead of most people in terms of knowledge and expertise and sunk cost in many cases. What did I sell for 200 gold? A white moth. Why am I even listing that for 200 gold? Can anybody confirm that Bagnon is not working again? People have been complaining about Bagnon, yeah. Most add-ons are a little bit ropey at the moment. Are you saying you stopped using custom sources? I'm still using those old texts. Oh, no, I'm definitely still using custom sources. Custom sources is a super powerful aspect of TSM. This entire system for pets is based on a couple of custom sources. Had to disable nearly 30 add-ons. My game feels stripped from what it was. Well, Blizzard have changed so much about how the UI works in the game. You know, well, we've had a complete full UI overhaul, and along with that comes a lot of changes to how add-ons interact with the game. And on that basis, it means there's a lot of work out there for add-on developers to play catch-up. And honestly, most add-on developers are semi-casual players of the game themselves, which is why most add-ons probably won't work properly again until Dragonflight launches and maybe a week or 2 into it. Because those add-on developers probably want to come back and play the game, and you know, they'll update the add-ons as and when. Because let's not forget, add-ons are pretty much nothing more than passion projects for most people, because good luck monetizing add-ons in WoW. Shots fired? How's that shots fired? I don't mean casual in the negative connotation of it. I just tend to mean that, you know, they're regular players of the game as well. Best advice for goal making is to stop buying things. It's surprising how well that works, you know. Yeah, Rathion, we've heard you. It's surprising just how well that works. Oh, stabilized Geomental 50k. Go on then. Yoink. Most add-on devs get their money from donations. Yeah, if at all. It's certainly not a system that's built favorably for add-on developers. Which realm is this on? How have we got 1 million gold on this realm? Is this... Where are we? I don't even know what realm this is, but we've somehow managed to have a lot of gold on this realm. Must have sold a few big things over here. Either that or I've transferred gold here at some point. I was not expecting to see 7 figures. What happened here? What happened here? Can we go back 6 months? Oh, I've clearly transferred gold here at some point. Yeah, I've transferred gold here at some point. That'll be why. Where are we? Where is this? Nagrand? Why the hell have I transferred 1 million gold to Nagrand? Oh, well, I don't know. I'm sure there was a reason at some point. Pre-patch event is best for leveling, in my opinion. Just got my druid from 50 to 60 in about 35 minutes. Being a druid might help a little bit more, though. 50 to 60 is super fast now. It's not strictly because of the pre-patch event. If you were actually to take a level 50 and go out and do questing, turn on Chromie time and go do questing, it's, you know, it's an hour's worth of work to get from 50 to 60. Because let's not forget, 50 to 60 is now scrub leveling again. Because the game is balanced around 60 to 70 being the leveling bit. 50 to 60 is now just smushed in with the rest of it. That's why it makes it feel like the pre-patch is super fast. It is super fast. But actually, everything's super fast now. 1 to 60 is now the super fast bit of the leveling. And it's the 60 to 70 that is then going to take the time. We've got the experience curve from Dragonflight, obviously before Dragonflight is a thing, that's why. Did 50 to 60 in like half an hour doing either Silver Pine or Hillsbrad or Gorgrand. Yeah, exactly. That's it. It's now nothing special to do it that fast. That's just kind of the regular pace. I think people are now doing 1 to 60 in sub 4 hours, which I think is quite impressive. It makes it hard to justify buying boosts nowadays when you can actually spend 4 hours and have a character leveled up. I do start to wonder how long is it going to be before they just can off this whole leveling business. When are they just going to let us make like level 60 characters? Because, I mean, they probably won't because they sell boosts. But it's like, it's so stupid that somebody brand new to the game has to jump through 3 or 4 loopholes before they can actually play the game that they've bought. Leveling doesn't serve any purpose anymore because it's too fast to teach you really much about the game. but it's also long enough that it's just a pain in the ass. There's kind of like, it fits in that weird sort of position now where it's 4 hours of effort. But let's imagine the first time you go to the store and you pick up, if you buy a brand new game, if that game developer then told you that you have to play the fake version of their game for 4 hours before you can actually play the real version of their game, that'd just piss you off, right? And that's practically what leveling is nowadays. Because it doesn't teach you anything. Teaches you very little about it. So I wish they'd just kind of like, I don't know, just let you make, just get rid of the whole level thing. Yeah, Haldran does the speed runs. I've seen him, yeah. 60 to 70 in about 4 hours. I think it will take most people about an hour per level. Is the estimated average leveling time. Sure, if you hardcore it and you've done it a few times on the beta and you know exactly what you're doing and you've got add-ons set up to skip all the quest texts and you're not engaging with any of the storyline or nothing, you can probably hit 70 in about 4 hours. But is the average person going to do that? Definitely not. I'm allowing or expecting about an hour of gameplay per level come Dragonflight. That sounds slow, but you know, in the grand scale of things, it doesn't make that much difference. What about with Zygor? Well, Zygor will still do the same thing, right? It will tell you just, you know, go here, go here, go here, go here, pick up this, pick up that, pick up this, pick up that. But if you're still stopping to read quest text and working out and looking about, and maybe you're taking some detours to pick up some Dragonflight glyphs, and you know, if you're genuinely just playing the game, add-ons like Azeroth Autopilot, Zygor, that sort of stuff, it's literally like Streamlabs heard us talking about it. Add-ons such as that, they're just, you know, they're just the hand that's dragging you in the right direction. That, you know, they're not strictly going to actually, they're not going to do much for your leveling speed. It just takes the thought out of it. And for most of us here who are somewhat of the goblin mindset, you'll want to do Lore Master anyway. You'll want to complete every quest in every zone. So actually power zerging to 70 is not strictly required. If you're planning on playing a few characters, it's definitely going to help to get 1 to 70 quickly. Because at least when you get 1 to 70, then you can unlock the world quests and the bonus objectives for all of your alts that then you want to level up as well. But that's really the only strict benefit. Pure crafting characters are not going to have the need to get much past level 62 in the first week anyway, because that will unlock the profession quests if you're leveling up professions on those characters as well. Just found out you can level with professions. Saw a video of a guy who got from 60 to 66 in 30 minutes just doing first time crafts. Say hello to Mr. Kachak. I think that video is probably going to do him very well. It wouldn't surprise me if that ends up being a, you know, 200,000-300,000 view video. That will probably do his channel some good for sure. It's kind of that. It's kind of in the realm of clickbait. Then it's not actually really clickbait. I'm still convinced that it probably won't go live that way, but you know, that doesn't change the fact that he still did it. Kachak is quite well known now for, you know, breaking the game in certain ways. He's just got the right mind for doing that sort of stuff. Yeah, the first time craft bonuses is one of those things that it's... Let's also remember that sure, you can go from 60 to 66. What's not very well advertised in that video is just how outrageously expensive it's going to be to do that. It's going to be bonkers level crazy to do that. That presumably took him a good few days of preparation on the beta to be able to do that. He was probably only able to do that on the beta because he'd already spent like countless hours farming the materials on other characters for probably some of his other videos to have the materials available to even do that. Now, obviously, you can shortcut that whole process by just buying the materials off the auction house once Dragonflight goes live. But if you're trying to buy all of the materials needed to get first-time craft bonuses on multiple professions, let me tell you now, that's not going to be cheap. That's going to be remarkably expensive, considerably more expensive than most people will be willing to do. Most people complain about the cost of leveling professions at the start of an expansion, and they're leveling one profession, or maybe two. To cycle through this leads me quite nicely into another topic that's seemingly a bit of a hot topic at the moment, and it's whether you should shuffle professions for Artisan's Metal. I see the benefit in doing it, but I can see the benefit in doing it because if I spend 1 million gold on materials to do it in the first day, I don't particularly care. But most people, if they spent 1 million gold just to get a few more Artisan's Metal, might start crying. Because it's a stupid amount of gold to spend on something. And the reality is you're probably not going to make much of that gold back either. Because Artisan's Metal, it's nice to have more of it, but it's nice to have from a sort of a personal gain. It's not really something that you can actively go out and use that to generate more gold with. Or at least the path to victory is not so straightforward. Which is why I don't think many people will actually do it. It's one of those things that on paper looks as if it could be profitable, and there'll be a handful of people that do actually do it. But I think shuffling gathering for Artisan Metal's okay, but shuffling a crafting profession is going to be expensive AF. Probably. I ran the numbers a few days ago. There's where's my cheat sheet gone? I ran the numbers a few days ago on this. There's somewhere in the region of 1,000. This is a rough guesstimate, but if you were to do the full profession, the full artisan shuffle, there's somewhere in the region of 1,300 Artisan's Metal that can be obtained relatively quickly by shuffling through first-time craft bonuses. Now, I haven't worked out what the potential cost of this would be. But this was simply working out how many trainer recipes are there for each of the professions. So how many first-time craft bonuses can you get easily? Now each one of these is obviously the equivalent of 5 Artisan's Metal. So each profession has somewhere in the region of about 150 Artisan's Metal that you can obtain. And if you cycle through enough of them, obviously that adds up quite quickly. But the cost of doing the 23 first-time crafts for tailoring, 30 first-time craft, literally crafting one of everything. Crafting one of, what's the grand total of this? If you're crafting over 200 items, what's the crafting cost of over 200 items on the first day of the expansion? That is a lot of gold right there. If the average item costs 1,000 gold to make in the first day because materials are expensive, that's 200k. Are people going to spend 200,000 gold to get Why has that changed the number? Oh, it's derp. Are people going to spend 200,000 gold to gain 1,000 artisan metal? I don't know. And that's rough, get very, very super duper mega rough guesstimate numbers. Doing this bit is fine. Doing a bit of herbalism, doing a bit of mining, gaining about 300 artisans metal, and then picking your 2 professions is sure. Do it if you wish. It's still not, you know, super beneficial. It's another one of those. I mean, do it if you want to do it, but it's not going to... It's neither here nor there. What's the metal for? The most recent video on my YouTube channel is an info video about artisans metal. If you're confused about what artisans metal's for, I'd suggest watching that video, as it explains all. I recall you said you'd be happy to pay 500,000 for somebody else to make your profession gear. If everybody thinks like you, isn't there profit to be made? Yeah, but everybody doesn't think like me. There is not many people out there that would be willing to spend that kind of money on something that doesn't really give them much of an advantage. I would, you know, I'd happily pay a fair amount of gold for each of my profession items. Simply so that, you know, I don't have to worry. It's just one thing that's ticked off my list then, right? Otherwise, I have to just collect and farm up artisans metal for 3 or 4 weeks instead. You know, I either spend 500,000 gold and just get it done and it's done, or wait 3 or 4 weeks, saving up my artisans metal, doing a bunch of stuff in game, and then get them the natural way. You know, not many people are willing to spend that sort of gold to in that regard. Not everybody can choke on food. That's very true. Do you still lose old world recipes? Yes, you do. Yeah, and this is another thing, right? People who have had professions for a while, for a long time, are not really going to be that keen to drop them in the first place. There's only actually, if I think about it, there's only really one character of mine where I could even do the shuffle, even if I wanted to. And I can't lie here that I might be slightly biased against doing it, just by proxy of the fact that I'm not really going to be able to, even if I want to. But still trying to be impartial, I don't really think there's a huge benefit to doing it. It just creates some nice... the process creates a couple of nice thumbnails for a couple of YouTube videos, but I don't think the practicality of it is really that high. When you actually break it down and when you start to work out just how much it might start costing. I might do it for one of the professions, at least, to just try and gain a bit of an average. I might go and take a look and see, well, okay, what is it actually likely to cost to craft one of everything for any certain profession? It shouldn't be too hard to work that out. In fact, I've probably almost got the numbers to do that already. What's the timer when the event ends and new spawns? For the pre-patch event, I think the boss is is roughly on a 20-minute timer, I think. I believe. Do you have a favorite add-on that tracks all of your items across all of your accounts in their tooltips? I mean, Trade Skill Master is the closest to doing that, and the only one I really pay attention to. But there's also some weird shenanigans now that since pre-patch, I don't think add-ons are able to see what's in your guild bank. Sorry, not guild bank, in your bank and reagent bank like they used to be able to. I don't know if that's something that's been fixed, but I was aware that there's some restrictions. So any sort of inventory tracking add-on is either going to be less reliable than it once was, or just flat out won't work properly. But I would still pledge my bets on Trade Skill Master being the closest one to actually working. Right, I think we're getting through these realms quite quickly this morning. I need to remember once I finish this not to open the beta until I've closed this account down. Otherwise it will kill my stream dead. Ooh, what's with the lag? What's going on? Can I get some FPSs, please? Oh, TSM rebuilding item cache, of course. I tell you what, some of these realms, I almost need to close them down. I've got so few pets by the looks of things at the moment. I must have either... I've probably sold through enough of my pets. This is probably the problem I have right now. I probably don't actually have that many pets to sell. So many Evo something names running around. Does Team NA still have the random name generator button? Team EU doesn't have it. And I wish they'd bring it back, because I'm terrible at picking character names. We do? I see, you're lucky. You can come up with character names. Or at least give you some sort of hints, some sort of ideas. Team EU doesn't have that luxury. I've not got a lot on this realm, but I've got some stuff that's seemingly quite valuable. There's still 500,000 gold worth of pets there. Right, that was the English realms. Let's get the German ones done nice and quick. I made a Drakthir called Drakon D's. My other guildie made Drakon D's Nuts. Highly intelligent mythic raiders, by the way. Yeah. I think you know, anything with the name dragon in it is going to quickly devolve into memes. The general WoW player is going to feel so overwhelmed trying the professions for the first time on release. It depends, right? It depends, because whilst if you're a long-term die-hard World of Warcraft player, the new profession system is going to be really foreign to you. You're going to be like, what is this bar for? What are all these numbers about? What is all this? Yeah, if you've actually played any other MMO in your life, or at least within the last 10 years, you'll probably find the crafting system that's coming in Dragonflight. It won't be that much different to what you've used and played with in other games anyway. The entire system is an almost copy-paste of New World's crafting system. So if you've played New World, you'll be absolutely golden. There's many other MMOs out there that have done very similar things to what this new crafting system is. But you're not wrong, considering that there's sufficient enough stuff that's different that it will throw a few players. It only works in my benefit, right? Because it means if they get confused, what's the first thing they're going to do? They're going to Google, what the fuck is this crafting system? And hopefully then my channel and my videos and my content will pop up and I become a millionaire overnight. Clearly not going to happen, but we can hope, right? That was my impression of it, especially with the crafting order system, although I think it works better than New World. See, I only played New World for about the first month when it came out. I suspect over a year later that it's probably quite a bit different to how it originally was implemented. Although, saying that, I did notice that some of the videos on my channel about New World all of a sudden, randomly, quite recently, started getting a load of views again, and I'm not quite sure why. Clearly, New World has done something interesting recently that's brought people back to the game. So it's obviously not too different today, but they did a Fresh Realm thing. Oh, that would have probably been it then. That would probably help. I think dragon riding is going to piss people off at first. I think people will be slightly annoyed. See, this is one of the weird things, right? Dragon riding when it's maxed, great, love it. No problems with dragon riding whatsoever when you've got it maxed. The problem is the state in which you get dragon riding initially is tragic. You have starting with only 3 vigor, and vigor recharges so goddamn slowly.
Let's make sweet
that's going to be the biggest frustration more than anything else, right? That when before you go and collect all the glyphs and whatever, it's diabolical. That's what's going to be more of a frustration. That will push people in to actually going and farming a bunch of the glyphs and getting it done. But once you get it maxed out, once you've got 6 vigor and it recharges nice and speedily and you can zip about practically with no issues whatsoever, dragon riding's fine. It'll annoy people that all of those flying mounts that they've been collecting over the 15 years of playing the game are basically gonna, just gather dust. Especially anybody that gets like some new shiny world boss drop mount in the next few days. Maybe they get the fiery pigeon mount or something, and they're like, oh, this is cool, I'll use this, and oh no, see you later, it's gone. Or whoever buys that bundle, yeah. Yeah, shush. We get it. Oh, I keep saying shush, and then I realise you guys don't even hear the work. You don't even hear the in-game sounds, do you? Probably got no idea who I'm shushing. That's a good point. Why is the in-game audio not playing? Why is it not tracking the in-game audio at all? My OBS is real fucked up right now. Huh. Hang on. Hang on. Right, well, you should hear some in-game audio. Apparently not. Oh, my OBS is so busted. I might have... you see, even if I don't build a new computer before Dragonflight's launch, I am so tempted to just, you know, format hard drive, reinstall Windows, start again. Because there is so much shit that's going wrong right now. Technical issues every day. We cannot be having this going into Dragonflight. I need faithful, reliable, do not fail me computer setup for Dragonflight launch. Personally picked up the glyphs when I leveled, skipped a few until I was almost done. The biggest problem's if you stop to gather herbs ore. If you don't gather, there's not much problem with the early game dragon riding. It's still light years different from when you've collected everything though. Same, having issues with Windows ever since like 2 weeks ago. Well, in true fashion, Microsoft went and pushed a Windows update to everybody and it fucked a bunch of things up, as it tends to always do. After years and years of research, I found the best way to farm gold in WoW is the WoW token. Well, aren't you a genius? Got to sign that contract with NASA. Yeah, I got to get myself one of those NASA PCs on the go. That one will, none of this 4 or 5 year old potato spec that we've got going right now. I farmed my gold for retail in Wrath of the Lich King. That's an interesting twist. I'm not one for farming gold in any way, shape or form. I'd much rather somebody else spend their time going out gathering materials. I'll buy them off the auction house all day long. That said, I do need to start paying at least a little bit of attention to where some of these new materials in Dragonflight come from and in what sort of quantities. Whilst I don't particularly enjoy doing the farming myself, what I do always like to try and keep an understanding of is just how readily available the materials are, because that can help you determine a price and a value for them. If you know that you can go out and spend an hour and, well, if you spend an hour, do you get 10 of something or do you get 100 of something? That's all I really care about. If you only get 10 of something, it's probably going to be worth a lot more than if you only get, if you get 100 of it. Because in the early days of Dragonflight, there are some materials, and I can already see them. Some are going to be incredibly cheap, very quickly. And then there are going to be some that are going to be batshit level crazy expensive. How's my profit changed after the auction house changes? I never really dealt too much in commodity markets anyway, so it didn't really affect me. What I would say though is the region-wide auction house is an absolute blessing in disguise for gold makers. I just don't think most people have realised it yet. I don't think people really understand just how quickly you can sell things, and that you don't strictly need to be making hundreds or thousands, or you don't need to be making huge profit on everything that you sell, because you can sell stuff so fast, like within a blink of an eye level fast, quicker than you can physically make it. The fact that you can be crafting potions and selling them faster than you can physically make the damn things, how can that not be a win, And we've not really truly experienced what the region-wide auction house is going to be like yet, because it's great. It's great that it turned up in 9.2.7, but let's be real. A fraction of the player base was playing then. It was fun for a few days seeing all the craziness that was happening, but that's not even going to be that's a drop in the ocean compared to what we're going to see at the launch of Dragonflight. I shit you not, within actual minutes of the game going live, all of the materials will start flooding onto the auction house, and people will just be like, whoa, what is going on? Hopefully this all does rely quite heavily on Blizzard actually making sure that the auction house is stable for the launch, which I don't trust it will be. But as long as everything is relatively smooth and the auction house doesn't crash and burn, the speed in which you'll be able to sell your materials that you farm, you'll post them on the auction house, and before you've done this,
hello there,
they'll have been bought by somebody. They literally will fly off the shelves. Managed to sell 38,000 Pagenium ore the other day, can confirm. Yeah, exactly. Try selling 38,000 of anything on a single realm previously. That shit would have taken you weeks. Unless you were playing on like Draenor, or for my Team NA viewers, like Area 52. It creates a level playing field for people to sell things regardless to which server they play on, which I think is really, really good. Equal opportunity for goal making for everybody. Can't ask for more, really. And where there's a bigger marketplace, there's more gold to be made. So those that do actually put the time and the effort into, minimize their material costs, optimize when they sell their stuff. There's a lot of gold that can be made off the region-wide auction house. To make 100k gold profit, you would need to craft flasks and potions for 11 hours. Yeah, but that's because the flasks and the potions now are a bad market. You shouldn't be in that market in the first place. Trying to craft potions and flasks, trying to sell potions and flasks to people now is a terrible idea to begin with. It's not the fault of the auction house that you chose a terrible market to be in. This is the thing, right? The auction house is just the tool. It's just the middleman to facilitate the trade of goods. It's not the auction house fault. You chose a bad market. It's a bad market because it's the wrong end of the season to be crafting and selling that sort of stuff. Can confirm NA Area 52 player mats sell pretty much the same rate as before. Yeah, I mean, but that realm, like Area 52 is a bit of an enigma. It's a bit of a crazy place, that place. I think my NA character's on Area 52. I think I deliberately made it there because I know that place is just bonkers. And it's just fun. A little bit of craziness from time to time is always fun. How has the pet experiment been working out? Have you been able to split your fortune on many servers? Yeah, I need to change up my strategy for Project Pet a little bit. It's gonna go on long-term holiday mode once Dragonflight launches, because there's no way I'm going to be spending an hour or so relisting pets too frequently. But as it stands right now, my biggest problem is I just don't have enough stock. I just don't have enough inventory of pets. I've not been able to find enough cheap deals. And that's by proxy of the fact that I've not been looking. You know, if you're not looking for those deals, you're not going to find them. The last couple of months for me has been elbow deep in Dragonflight stuff, so I've not really paid too much attention to it. I know I'm relisting all the pets now, but I do just try and keep on top of it at least a little bit. Come the latter part, I suspect, of patch 10.0, maybe a little bit into 10.1, we'll probably give it another blast. The advantage is that any of the inventory that I have no worries about it losing value. This is why I wanted to get into the pet market in the first place, because it's historically a market where it sort of trends nicely with the inflation in the game. As people have more access to gold, the pets go up in value, and the last couple of expansions have stepped up in the amount of gold that most people have had access to. The only slight risk is that Dragonflight could be in the opposite direction, but until it turns up, we don't know. But I have no real concerns about having probably 10-15 million gold worth of pets at the moment across all of these realms. I have no concerns that I'll lose out on any of that. Obviously, the problem is it's liquid gold that's tied up in something that's often quite slow to sell. So I might not strictly get access to that gold very quickly, even if I want it, but you know, that's what long-term investments are, you know. Did notice in the last few days a lot of pet sales going through. I suspect the Zereth Mortis pets are probably doing really well now. Simply because there are people, that are just trying to, okay, they've come back to the game, pre-patch is a thing, they've played around with their skinny lizard for a little while. Now they're like, you know, okay, well, I'll just buy up these last few pets from Zereth Mortis before we leave it for good, sort of thing. You know, people are just ticking those last few boxes before hopefully leaving Shadowlands in the dust. Did you hear about the enchanting vellum bug? Yeah, enchants are doing silly things. I thought about doing a video for YouTube about that, but I don't particularly want to make the issue any worse. As highlighting a bug and suggesting people take advantage of a bug is usually not a sensible thing to do. It's something that will probably get fixed before too long. Bye-bye Shadowlands, hope to never return to you. The weird thing is, right, from a collector's perspective, anybody that's keen on collecting pets and mounts and transmog and all that sort of stuff, collectors tend to exist one expansion behind. And the reason being is that it's once you are level 70 and you're strolling around Shadowlands, you'll one-shot everything. It'll mean, and more importantly, the zones will be empty and bare for the most part. Meaning that if you are still collecting things, if you're trying to kill rares on a daily basis, You actually want to focus on the rares from the expansion before the current one. Simply so that, you know, you've got less competition for killing the rares. You're significantly stronger to the point where you just one-shot everything. It's just speedier and easier. So it does still mean that there's probably going to be a fair few collectors that will still be interested in Shadowlands, but we'll see what happens. What level gear do the Drakthir get once they finish their questing? Not sure. I've not leveled a Drakthir yet. I was thinking about maybe doing that today, but I kind of want to go and have a bit of a play on the beta. I'm getting itchy to play Dragonflight again. All this retail is making me feel weird. 230-ish. 230-ish makes sense. You know, spend a couple of hours doing the pre-patch or go run some M+ or something, and you'll get yourself 250, 260 pretty quickly, pretty easily. What about the transmog? Do you know if in Dragonflight we can transmog grey and Y items? We can't, and I think people just need to give up with that. I don't think that's on Blizzard's priority list at all. I think that was something that was, you know, passively said I think it was in an interview at some point. Ian said that they were going to try and make that become a thing. And of course, all of the transmog market jumped on it. I would suggest people just forget that was ever said. That might go the way of the dance studio, in my opinion. It's really not going to be a priority for Blizzard to make that a thing. Oh, was that our last realm? That was our last realm. Well, there we go. Pets relisted. We're good to go. Oh, I've got a level boost. Huh. I didn't realise I had a boost. I wonder what I should use that for. I don't really have any use for a level 60 boost. I don't need any more characters. I got hundreds of the damn things. These character transfers are going to be handy, though. Right, let's close this down. I want to jump on the beta. Dragonflight beta. Oh, something popped up on my mobile phone this morning. I don't know if other people have this, but apparently Arclight Rumble appears to be in early access now. So I might test out Arclight Rumble over the weekend and see what all this jazz is about. I need a new mobile phone game to play. Oh no, update. Patch. I didn't realise we needed updates and patches. Alright then, on that basis, let's... Oh lord, okay. Right, I guess I'll use this opportunity to go grab a quick drink. I'll take a break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. Take a bathroom break, grab a drink, stretch your legs. I've got to wait for the beta to update anyway. Occupy yourselves for a few minutes, I'll be back in 2. Alrighty, are we finished yet? Are we got beta on the go? What's going on here? Reclaiming disk space, apparently. Sure. Hey, boys and girls, do you want to hear the best sound in the world? The best sound ever made. Best sound ever made. Can we just... What's it doing? What is it doing? Alright, we'll let it do its thing. Beer. Unfortunately, it's a little bit early in the day for beer, but a close second for me is the good old Mango Loco. A very close second. Okay, now it's reclaiming disk space. Are we good? We're good, I think. Go gadget beta. Should we try and find some hidden sneaky some stealth nerfs? Does the world need a can popping tier list? Maybe it does. Maybe it does. There's a beer company in Finland. I don't know if they've spread their wings further than Finland, but I think they're called Fat Lizard. They have these cans where it's not just the, you know, on a can you have the normal ring pull thing. The whole thing comes off the top and it goes boom when you open it. It's really cool. None of this little a proper like kaboom when you open the beer. It's amazing. Right, where are we at? I want to get Ranthius leveled up. Ranthius is very close to being level 70. Fat Lizard, that's your Drakthir name right there. You're probably not wrong, but I also think that Fat Lizard has probably been claimed. Let's be honest. Fat Lizard, well, it's, you know, Skinny Lizard maybe. There's a couple of reasons I want to get this character to level 70. The first one, because I just want a more recent level 70 character. Because my other level 70 hunter on the beta is old, like literally day one beta level old. This one though, the main thing I want is I want some video footage of this quest chain, but that requires me to be level 70. This is the Spark of Ingenuity bit. I want to explore that some, but I can't easily explore that until I get access to level 70. I made the mistake last time of not recording any footage of it, because I didn't really think it was going to be a thing, and more importantly, I suspected that they were going to give us level 70s to test with, but they never have. And I still, like the skeptic in me, still believes that the reason they haven't given people level 70s to test the endgame with is because they're concerned that people are going to quickly realise that there isn't really an endgame, or there's not much of an endgame anyway. Once you get once you start leveling this sort of stuff up, you are super quickly going to realise that shit, it's just pissing world quests again. So yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a reality shock to some, and it's probably because they've kind of kept it a little bit in the dark. There's not that many people on beta that have leveled up multiple characters on the leveling servers. And more importantly, the people that have then been trying to test the leveling process. They've not then strictly been using those characters to test what is actually the end game for Dragonflight or 10.1 or 10.0, sorry. Anyway, let's go and let's go get this character some levels. Of course, at any point, if you have questions related to the beta, please feel free to ask. Out of Pepsi, need to go outside. People, yuck. That's what home delivery was designed for. 20 rigid crocodilist hides. Yeah, sure. Okay. We can get our 50 artisans metal from Thomas Bright here.
Safe travels.
Yoink. What else have we got on the go? This guy's a leather worker and a skinner by nature. So we can grab this one. Oh, apparently I have the materials for that already. Well, there you go. Give me my knowledge points.
Welcome. I have a story.
Tipping the scales. Craft 2 Trailblazers scale braces. Trailblazers scale braces. Trailblazers scale braces. 2 of these. Oh, I already had one apparently. That'll do. There's 2 then. Have those. Yoink.
Fight with fury.
Artisans Consortium rep by 125. Let's learn this knowledge. This should give me 15 artisans metal. It does. Another 15 maybe? Yep. Lovely stuff. Oh my god, look at my bags. They are gross. MMO Champion posted an article today. Transmog of white and grey items in endgame for casual players are addressed. What do they mean by addressed? That was a really clever way of distracting me from what I was doing, wasn't it? That's very smart. Where's not Wally, but where's MMO Champion? There are still plans to allow players to transmog white and grey quality items, but there is still tech work to be done. Yeah, so basically nothing. Okay, I guess campaign. Why have we not got any campaign quest on the go on this character? What is going on? This is weird. Where's our campaign quest? Hello? Oh, down here. Funeral offerings collected. Right, let's zip over here. Oh, actually, before I get too far, can I... What's my rep with these guys? Do I have enough artisans metal to buy the books? Okay, I've bought the first ones. I now need to be valued with the Artisans Consortium before I can buy the next ones. Alright, fine. Let's use this opportunity to clear some bag space. The store is in the next house. I'm not that lazy. Living next door to a store. Oh, that would be so nice. Dangerous for the bank balance, but so nice. I'd never cook any food, though, if there was a shop that close. That's the problem.
I'm here if you need some wares.
Do you think a person who used a week's vacation for Dragonflight could stay ahead on 2 characters for professions? Oh, easy. Easy. There's not there's not actually that much stuff for you to do. with your professions, because you've got a couple of weekly quests, one of which is just do some work orders. The other one is a 20-minute, half an hour, go kill a few things kind of quest. It's really not a lot of work. What's more of the initial quote-unquote work for professions is that you actively want to be gaining reputation as fast as you probably can. Because there's a lot of patterns that are locked behind reputation. Now, I was looking at this yesterday, actually, and there's not strictly a huge amount that's actually super important. Now that we have a bit more of an idea of exactly where everything comes from, and each profession has its own sort of information. Let me put that on there, by the way. When you actually look through this in a little bit more detail and try to pinpoint, right, well, what are the actual, like, really important patterns that I have access to, the rep grind is really more of a crafter's problem than it is anything else. Most of the stuff you unlock here is the things like the profession tools. There's really not much that's super duper mega sort of important. There's not like player power level important, right? I mean, like Jewel Crafting has its trinkets behind Renown 15 with the fishy fellas. There's not a huge amount. Some professions are going to care quite a lot about the Artisans Consortium, but like Inscription, for example, it's, you know, missives. It's nice to have, but not a strictly needed thing. Obviously, getting contracts is kind of quite cool, but it's not any sort of like player power sort of gain. Most of the stuff that you're gaining through rep grinding is actually things like, you know, Master Wildercloth's Gardener's Hat. This is your herbalism accessory. It's a herbalism accessory. The top tier herbalism accessory, of which there's 2 of them. It's more that the rep grind is more to help your other professions. There's not too much that's super like player power. What I've spotted is actually that the player power stuff is actually locked behind the raid. A lot of the patterns that people are really going to want, the top tier crafted items, the patterns for those drop in the raid and you'll be able to buy them on the auction house. So it's they've kind of gated the stuff that people really, really, really actually want. They've gated it behind drops in the raid anyway. So the whole grinding rep thing is quite heavily a crafters playing the crafting game sort of thing. Which equally in turn means that it's not really are you rep grinding for the purpose of making shitloads of gold. You're actually looking more so to get to specific points in your spec trees. So for example, to showcase in leatherworking what I mean here a touch, all of the actual endgame gear, your basic sets of gear, all unlocks through the spec tree. Then when you look at some of the more, how do we, the real bits of kit that people actually might want, all of this sort of stuff. Okay, this one is a Renown 13, that's not too difficult. This one comes through a spec tree. Boom, Vault of the Incarnates. The third piece needed here, which is the bracers, which is actually likely to be the one that people might want. Boom, all of a sudden, this is locked behind the raid. The recipe for this will drop in the raid, but will then be purchasable on the auction house. The recipes are going to be bind on equip. There's a lot of stuff. And there we go, there's another one. Locked behind the raid. Most of the actual gear pieces are locked behind the raid or deep in the spec trees somewhere. This is taking a little bit of the emphasis off the rep grind for people, or at least it is for me anyway. I don't know how others feel about it, but We need to well, we don't need to raid. You need to raid if you want the pattern for free. If you're willing to buy the pattern off the auction house, then that will equally be an option for you.
Chieftain Poloniac carved that for my son, Mumurak. My son fell in Brackenhide, so it seems only right.
Where's
that
the
he
shiny,
return
shiny
to
gone?
the sea
There it is.
with its maker. Chief Poloniac was a great fighter. He once took a blow from a charging Bruffalon for me. That would
I'll
have
be rich
killed
with my
me
raiding
as a
addiction.
man.
It's quite clear that there's actually a lot of recipes that are going to be bind on equip, you know. There's a lot of recipes. What one probably, let's say, one more lucrative market is clearly going to be buying and flipping these recipes in the early days. Where might put them in the boat? There we go.
Thank you,
Is it just me or is this music too loud?
Could you tell
There we
Brett
go. Have we got in-game audio now? We do. We finally have in-game audio. Would it be worth buying the recipe to craft the gear, then to sell the gear? Well, yeah, of course. That's the reason you buy the patterns.
Until next week,
Worth is dependent on how much it costs you, though.
let's swap stories.
You know, you're going to have to do the maths, right? You're going to have to do the maths based upon. Let's not forget that you buy the recipe and the item is going to be bind on pickup. So it's got to be you've got to cover the cost of the recipe through tips on your work orders. If you're not getting the tips that you need to cover the cost of the recipe, then all of a sudden it becomes not worth.
I'm glad.
That is entirely a mathematical calculation that you will need to do yourself. Where's the other fellow I need to speak to? Brenner or something. Where is he? Around here somewhere. Where is he? Can we zoom in on the map? Oh, he's over there. Oh, hang on. Is that this dude again? Oops. Oops.
Well now, you're certain. We were hoping you would join us, friends. A chieftain's return to the sea is a celebration for all.
If you don't mind me asking, how did he pass? Was it the Knolls?
This is always the thing when there's bind on pickup recipes that are obtainable.
Simply his time.
Often you'll find that the first time, you know, the recipes, like anything, they start super expensive.
pass your story along?
They start off being super expensive, and then as time goes on and more people have the pattern and less people feel the need to buy the pattern, they get cheaper. But if you wait until the patterns are cheaper, then you might miss out on all of the initial gold rush of that item. So, you know, got to make a choice. The only crafting recipes that have comparable item level to other endgame gear all come from the raid. No, not at all. No. No, there are some recipes that come from the raid. Then that's no. You'll be able to make raid equivalent gear through many other methods. My point with the rep grinds was that a lot of the stuff you unlock through reputation is to benefit you as a crafter. It's like your profession tools and toys and the bags and that sort of stuff. A lot of the gear that's crafted, a lot of the endgame crafted gear, the recipes for those come from other sources such as the raid. But that's not to say that they are the only that's the only way to get the endgame gear. The specialization trees are what holds most of the endgame patterns. I guess we need to talk to a bunch of fellas now. Let's talk to you. Let's talk to you. Are you making TSM groups and operations for Dragonflight? If TSM's useful, then yeah. If Trade School Master is useful and it works as we want it to, then of course. but Trade School Master doesn't support the beta, so there's not anything I can really do until the game goes live.
Watch yourself.
Well met, friend.
But of course, if it becomes useful, absolutely.
You're leaving. The celebration has only
And
just
as normal,
begun.
Patreons will have first dibs at the groups.
And everyone. I have learned more than I imagined in my short time in your company. Despite tragedy, you all remain kind and resolute because of your community.
Why is the campaign quest
Because of
not
family.
in the campaign category?
The power the Blue Dragonflight is missing is not ley lines or
Does,
ancient artifacts. It's family.
Siege of Dragonbane Keep doesn't want to appear. Oh, what? Now we've got to go all the way over here? Return to Caligos in the Azure Archives, alright.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Hey, who be this? Is the Vow? Thank you very much for the Prime Gaming, appreciate it. And apologies for butchering your name. Who are you? That's a big dude. Pine Moss Giant. I've not seen these things before. Although I've not actually I've not play tested this zone all that much, to be honest. One thing that we're clearly going to have to do before too long actually is start to pay a little bit more attention to where all of these materials come from. I saw that an alt can fulfill your orders. Does that include personals? A lot of our assumptions on that is only based upon what we see on the beta. And on the beta, they're clearly trying to test things. So we make the assumption that when the game goes live, we will be able to fulfill work orders for our alts. But it's only an assumption. There's been many cases previously where just because something is one way on the beta doesn't strictly mean that that's how it ends up going live. How do we get where we're trying to go here? Where's the flipping entrance to this? Around here somewhere. Here we go. Here we go.
Has the Oathstone been repowered?
Some power has returned to it. But I fear something still is preventing. Vakthros is connected to the major ley lines in Azure Span.
Perhaps it has enough power to do one small request.
Child.
Right, now I think we're not too far away, I don't think, at this point, from actually going into the last zone. This, the Azure Span, the quest line out here, the campaign quest line, seems to end, like, really abruptly. It feels a bit odd. What are we doing here? Hello? Oh, press the button. Oops. Of course. What? Hello? What happened there? The game tried to kill me. How we doing, Pack B? Welcome in. Good morning. This is still not super apparent. What am I meant to be doing? Reaching the shield? Is there something I'm missing here? Hello? What the hell's going on here? Meet with Drox Scrollstabber in the Tower Outlook. Yeah, that's a bajillion miles away. Why am I all the way up here? Why did it tell me to go up here first? I don't know. Maybe it's just a nice high vantage point to start dragon riding, I guess. There's a dragon riding glyph. Boop. Already got that one. Already got them all. I'll tell you what, it's going to be really nice once the game actually goes live to not play it in the dark. Most of the time I play, because the servers are on NA times, the beta servers are on NA times, usually when I'm actually playing the game, it's like the middle of the night. It's going to be really nice when the game goes live to actually see it in daylight for once. It's also really annoying when I try and record video content and it's always dark.
May your blades never dull. Go forth to victory.
What's this on the floor? Escorol. Hello? Why did it turn me into a post? Can I not be a post, please? Let's grab the flight point.
Hello.
Oh, the accuracy. What? Got him. Night view equals best view. Can't use the toy to make it day. You can use the toy, but it only does it in a very small proximity. It doesn't just flat out change the day. Now where we go? Into the mountain. Join the dark side. You mean the Horde? Where it's always nighttime. Hey up, who are you? Who are you? Do pet things, for Christ's sake. And dead. Whoa, 10k experience for that. I'll take it. A ring of embers. Bind on pickup ring. Is it actually an upgrade? Oh, these are all upgrades. I forget, we're still leveling, aren't we? Yoink.
I'll reinforce the wards.
Winds of the Isles. That's clearly a rare or something.
Once I deal with these proto-dragons and the swath of elemental magic barraging me from the ground. Together we can achieve anything. There is much.
I think before the game actually launches, I probably want to try and level up one more character on the beta to 70 after this one. It's usually in the last couple of weeks they do like a revision to the experience curve. A lot of people throughout the beta have been sort of stating that if you do nothing but the campaign, you sort of abruptly end the campaign at, you know, at a level that's not expected. You run out of campaign quests a bit too quickly, a lot of people have been reporting. And this is obviously based on the presumption that people feel like you should be able to do nothing but the campaign and ding 70. I kind of agree that that should be the case. You should, you know, side quests and quote-unquote optional quests should be just that. You should be able to complete the storyline, I feel, and still hit level 70. But of course, there's also the argument that you should probably have done each of the dungeons once as well. But they're not mandatory part of the campaign, so you know for a fact that people will ignore them. Because one thing that does always surprise me about this game is how quickly people are to jump on. You know, people complain that they have to do something in the game very quickly, and it blows my mind. But this only goes to emphasize the fact that I really do feel that the whole leveling thing is just a waste of time nowadays. I really don't feel that leveling actually serves much purpose anymore, other than just a way to time gate players into doing something that they don't particularly want to do in the game. It's a means to an end rather than something that players enjoy. Which I don't think is the correct approach to video game design personally, but what else do we need from here? Lava orbs destroyed. These seems to be more outside. Why do I get the feeling that this place is going to be really good for rousing fire? Oh, pet's dead. That's why nothing's happening. I'm such a terrible hunter with this game sometimes. Sometimes it astonishes me how bad I am at the game. What else we got up here? Kill you. Oh, there's another one of the orbs. Seemingly quite good for Wildercloth as well. I'm intrigued, you know. I'm not... See, this isn't really my forte, but I really can't wait to find out where people sort of discover all of the hyper spawns and the 2x4 farms and all of that sort of stuff. I'm not particularly big on my farming, but like I said, I really like to try and keep an interest in what's possible. If for no other reason than just, you know, to bring it to you guys, but... I like how creative some people get. Clever use of game design, I think is the technical term, right? Leveling is a form of growth, a type of progression. It's like growing up and aging your character, whilst gearing is maturing the character. If people have all their way, they'll optimize the game out of the game and will be left just with an idle phone RPG. So many systems dumbed down or removed that you can play whilst clicking your own reflection off a mirror. Yeah, there is a problem with it, and this is why I think, you know, Blizzard are happy to receive feedback, but when people go into the expectation of the fact that they leave feedback should also, by proxy, mean that something changes in the game, that's when I think people have got it wrong. As that really isn't or shouldn't be the case. Sure, if 20% of your player base starts complaining that something is, you know, not the way that they expected it or doesn't work as planned or something, then sure, fine. But, oh, there we go. Rousing Fire. Yeah, this might end up being a good place for Rousing Fire. Yeah, the fact that you leave feedback on a game shouldn't strictly mean that anything comes of it. But it also leads to the problem that people then feel as if their voice is, you know, they're just shouting into a pillow at that point. So it's always a problem. How long am I going to stream for? I never really set too much of a limit on it. I stream for usually. The honest answer to this is I tend to stream until I get hungry. Once I get hungry enough that I really need to go get some food, ding by the way, giggity. Then that's usually where the stream ends. But since it's drop season at the moment, I'm streaming a little bit longer over these days. We should still be live for a couple of hours still at least. Plenty of time to get your dragon kite if that's what you're after still. Today's the last day to get it though, so if you're still waiting, if you're still needing to clock up hours to get your dragon kite, today's your last day.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Thanks for covering the new profession so well, smiley face.
Haha, thank you, you're very welcome. Magmorpheus, thank you very much for the prime. I enjoy it, you know. I tend to try and limit myself in somewhat to only doing the stuff that I would normally be doing in the game anyway. This is why I don't really do all that many sort of like farming guides and stuff. Whilst, you know, the views on YouTube would be good, I tend not to do too much stuff like farming guides, strictly because I'm rarely farming. I'm probably not the best person to, you know, be doing a guide on those things anyway. But the professions, that's my jam. I'd be doing that day in, day out anyway. Most of what I've done in the cheat sheet is something I would want to have myself anyway. Of course, I will provide my channel supporters the luxury of having access to it as well, because there's a lot of, you know, I should probably count them up, but every single profession has at least 2 sheets dedicated to it, plus a bunch of additional. Yeah, there's probably 20 different Excel spreadsheets in that one spreadsheet now. It's taken me a long time to put it together. But like I said, I'd have been doing that myself anyway. There's no, there's not exactly secrets in it per se. How many of these things do we need to rescue? 6 of them. There's 2. Where's the other ones hiding? Oh, whoa, what's... Oh, hardened draconium. Big boy draconium node. Shame I'm not a minor on this character. Without applying any pressure, are you going to finish the skill paths for every profession before launch? They're done. No pressure needed, they're done. I finished them yesterday. I'm yet to turn them into video form, but that's next on my to-do list. They're done as long as Blizzard don't change them. If Blizzard do any sneaky, stealthy changes between now and the launch, that might go amiss. I only catch changes as and when I physically catch changes, but I've left it long enough that I hope now, especially since it's release candidate. You know, once the game's gone release candidate, you have to make the assumption that they're not going to change anything. And if they do, then, well, you know, you're shit out of luck. But as it stands currently, there's a leveling spec or a leveling path for every single one of the professions, along with a shopping list for materials as well. Oh no, I pulled the big dude. I didn't mean to pull the big dude. Alright, well. I guess we killed the big guy. Have they fixed enchanting, by the way? I don't know. I don't know. Can people make enchants yet? I find it really funny that you can't make brand new enchants. And it's not like it's something that's gone, you know, unreported. Like, you know, countless people have told them that it's broken, please fix. Oh, hang on. I'm meant to be putting a ball down and sucking up some health or something, aren't I? What's going to be the best profession to have at the start? I did a tier list a little while ago. I'm super tempted, you know. Super tempted to do another one. Just to reiterate what's going on. Super tempted to do like a refresh version of it, because since I did that first tier list, a few things have changed, and I ain't gonna lie, it was good views. The YouTube content creator in me feels that doing another tier list is a fantastic idea. Realistically, it's hard to determine because we don't know what things are going to cost. We don't strictly know. We don't strictly know exactly what is going to be in demand. This is mainly because that's a funky chest. Mainly because we don't, you know, sims haven't really been done. People haven't decided that this is the best in-slot item and this is why they want it and everybody's going to want this. Although it's becoming remarkably clear to me that Jawn crafting, and when I say Jawn crafting, I mean like rings and necklaces and trinkets, are going to be popping. Because just for the same reason of Shadowgast ingots, right? Not Shadowgast ingots, what am I talking about? Shadowgast rings. Shadowgast rings were incredibly popular as a legendary choice throughout the entire of Shadowlands for the one simple reason of that they were never a bad choice. There was lots of other slots for gear, for profession gear, and in turn for legendaries that were often deemed a bad choice because they clashed with something that could be better. And the reason the Shadowgast ring stood head and shoulders above most other things, and the cape you could argue fell into this same category, was because it was never really a bad choice. It was kind of the safe option at all times. And it's looking very much like if people are going to have to pick one or two pieces of craft, because we know now, I've not documented this all too much. I should probably turn this into a YouTube video itself, but we know now just what the time gating is going to be on crafted gear and Sparks of Ingenuity primarily. We know that in the first few weeks, people are only going to be able to have access to a few of these items. That in itself will mean that people will be a little bit more picky and a little bit more selective with what crafted items they pick up, because they may only be able to use or equip one piece of crafted gear a week in the first few weeks. Obviously, as every week goes past, you add another one to your repertoire, but it means that people will be that little bit more selective, and when they get a little bit more selective, you start to see like cookie cutter builds come out. You know, you start to see the guides, the class guides start turning around going, you know, well, this is your pre-raid BIS list, and this is your, you know, heroic BIS list, and all silly things like this.
Hello
which
there.
I think is absolutely bananas, but people love that sort of stuff, so it gets popular. Midro, welcome in. Hello, how we doing? And a wild Gumdrops appears. How we doing? It definitely must be lunchtime if a Gumdrops is kicking about. How we doing? But yeah, that's sort of meaning that the same sort of logic that people used with picking their legendary in Shadowlands is likely to be similar logic to what they end up using with the crafted gear for Shadowland, for Dragonflight. That the more, you know, can this piece of gear, is this piece of gear, if I'm going to spend gold on getting this piece of gear made, either, you know, and I'm going to be using somewhat limited materials to be able to make it, I damned better not be replacing it or wanting to replace it next week. It better be something that, you know, lasts a little while. Oh, hang on, this is a big dude. I pulled a big fella. This is the level 70 pit of the zone. I shouldn't be here yet. Yeah, I'm full Beastmaster in my rotation, but won't move out of the fire. Well, that's a healer problem, right? That's a healer problem. Get better healers, yo. It's also more meaningful to be able to pick your stats on a ring than other items with main stat. Potentially, yeah. Yeah, there's lots of reasons. There's many reasons why it's. Whoa, 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 whoa! Can this dude please piss off? Can we get? There we go. I'm not meant to be up this end of the up this end yet. There's a druid in front of me called Antheus. Which of you Mantheus shills is it? I don't think I'm anywhere near popular enough to have people shilling for me yet. And I really hope people don't. I'd much prefer people call me out on dumb stuff I do and say than back me up for no other reason than... Which of you Mantheus chills? I'm going to create Rantheus. Do it. I tell you what, this little spot is already becoming... where are we? South of Vakthor. This little spot is already looking pretty good for elements. We've had some rousing earth and fire from here. Not huge quantities, but you turn up here with a group of people. Turn up with a group of people and pew pew for a little while. There's plenty enough mobs, and these are quest mobs, meaning there's the possibility of forcing hyperspawns. And I shit you not, I bet these elites are really juicy for materials if you can kill them.
We will find a way through this. For Azeroth, keep your guard up. Come back in one piece.
I'm gaining rep with the Kirin Tor. That's not something I was expecting to happen.
I will focus my efforts on shielding the tower. As long
Talking
as
about
that
dumb
stands,
things, have you got the WOD mount yet?
the
No.
star rests.
No. No, it's beta day today. I might leave some characters camped out over there. Transform yourself into a fire elemental, allowing you to move through Vakthros Summit. This area, not only is it a quest mob, they're all elites. These things are likely to, this area is likely to be with a strong group. Group farming up here could very much be a thing. What do we got here? Move fast. Do fast things. I've no idea where I'm meant to be going. Where am I meant to be going? click the ball. One. Oh, piss off you. Click the thing, quick. 2. I've missed some. Oh, they're all down here. Fury. Three. Where's the last one? Is that the last one? This would be a cool mount, you know. Odds on this being turned into a mount.
That did it. I can use my mirror images once more. Meet me within the nearby cavern.
How do we get up there without getting spotted? No, those WOD mounts I might, yeah. This is, there's actually, oh, 500 IQ move here. It's free weekend this week. It's free weekend, meaning if you've got any spare characters and spare accounts, get those characters over to those WOD mounts, camp them, get them killed as many times as possible.
Good luck.
Get them now so it's done. Has anybody got an idea of how you know, they claim that obviously that the drop chance has been increased on these mounts, but does anybody have an idea of by just how much? Sorry, one WOD mount, a couple of the Mists of Pandaria mounts, you know what I mean. I've seen multiple of them drop. Just found 800k in one of my accounts from when I used to multi-box. Genius. Genius. We can kill this dude? Just on the regular? I mean, I can. I'm a hunter, but I'd like some help. Completely out of the loop on this one. A lot of the world boss Mists of Pandaria mounts, so like Shah, what's his name, Garadon, Undasta. There's also one in Spires of Iraq in Draenor that have had their drop chance significantly increased. Naluk as well, yeah, there we go. So there's a lot of them now that it's much easier. Hang on, am I not meant to be standing in one of these to not die? Oops. There's a lot of them that are now much easier to get, and so the actual the actual pre-patch event, not the joke of a pre-patch event that's actually the actual pre-patch event is now just killing these things until you get the mounts for the next 2 weeks. And it's free weekend at the moment. It means that you don't need game time on your mounts to. You don't need game time on your accounts to log in. So you can use those characters to do some mount farming on, if you have them, of course. Not everybody does. If you're like me that has 8 accounts but just doesn't always have them active, now's a great time to have a little bit of a look through them and see what's on them.
I appreciate your help, and so does Kelly.
Oh, epic upgrade. Go on then. Don't mind if I do. 332. Yoink. What are we doing here?
Your cause is hopeless. Soon this land will lie in ruins.
No, I don't believe that it's upgraded just for the next 2 weeks, but there's not a lot else to be doing right now. So.
Cowering behind the blue dragons.
I genuinely don't remember this part of the quest line. This quest's new. Are they still on a weekly reset? I think they are. I think they are. That's how hoaxes start. It is. I did the whole thing 2 weeks ago. Never had that quest. Yeah, I think this is something new. I've not seen this one before. I mean, there's not a lot to it. Oh, no, I do remember this one. I do remember this quest, but I also remember it being buggy as hell. Or maybe that was from the alpha. Maybe that was from when I leveled up on the alpha, actually. It might be that it's... they disabled it for the beta until they fixed it, because it was buggy as all hell. Although it still doesn't particularly... I still don't quite understand what I'm doing here. Storm funnels dispelled? What the hell's a storm funnel? Oh. Okay. It was that.
Minions of the storm, hear my call!
Oh, snap. I didn't even press a button. Look, hands off. Easy mode. GG. I'm literally not pressing anything. I mean, sure, if the game wants to play itself, or if the game wants to play, okay. It did 95% of the progress by itself.
I may not be able to destroy this tower, but I will have my prize.
Did they change the health of the anniversary bosses? Seems like the dragons die much faster. Not sure. I've not. I don't even think I did any of the pre-patch event yesterday. I played it a bunch on the first day. I don't know if they've changed it since though. It was not exactly slow in the first place. I pretty much ran round and just dotted everything in sight, and it was about 6 minutes a level.
I'll explain on the way.
Some Spanish YouTuber just posted, "Hey Elon, you ain't got the balls to buy League of Legends." They say it's a good game. Please, don't let Elon buy anything else. Christ, take that kid's credit card off him, for the love of God. You ain't got the balls to buy League of Legends. That's funny. You got to be careful or he'll do it. Well, maybe that's the plan. Watching people spend $8 to cost random companies millions. Well, see, it's a difficult one, really, isn't it? Because it's you know, if people are going to trust a troll account on social media, to base their financial decisions on. Who's really the dumb one there? It is funny, I'm not gonna lie, it's funny. And it shouldn't really be a thing. But it is, yeah, I suppose it is deceptive. But if people are gonna base their financial decisions on some troll Twitter account, then I'm not giving Twitter a pass here, but it's funny to see. It's going to be interesting to see what ends up with Twitter, because it's very clear to me that Elon is taking an incredibly heavy-handed approach to Twitter. Now, whether it works or not is going to be interesting.
You're just glad to see me. Both, I hope.
Maglan with the Prime, thank you very much, appreciate it. Welcome in. It's kind of the same case of people getting scammed and allowing access to their bank accounts and then blaming it on the bank. Yeah, see, this is it, right? It's kind of at what point do you take responsibility for your own actions? If you read somebody's tweet and then instinctively, because of that, liquidate all of your stocks in a company, then it begs the question that how the hell did you end up with that much money to buy the stocks in the first place, you know? I don't know. It baffles me. It really does. Where's my campaign quest? What's going on? Why have I now not got a campaign quest again? There's no campaign quest on my map anywhere. That's just some random wanted quest. Is it this one? Travel to the Southhold Garrison? It must be this one. But it's not tagged as a... We've got Dungeon Quest, we got the weekly Community Feast. Participate in the Community Feast. Oh! I didn't realise this was now a weekly. Orientation Iskara. That's technically meant to be a part of the campaign quest. Hang on, let me get somewhere where I haven't got this worry noise in my ear. It's more of a fact that the financial news sites pick it up and people get misled from them. Yeah, I'm sure there's a chain of there's a bit of a chain, and you know there's a weak link in it somewhere. Whoever thought $8 was enough to stop trolls from trolling has never been more wrong. It's ridiculous, right? Because a troll gets given the option to pay $8 to make their trolling exponentially more effective. Of course they're going to spend $8. Of course they're going to spend $8. What, you mean I can now convincingly act as somebody else? Of course I'm going to spend $8. That'd be the best $8 they ever spend. It's not going to put them off. If anything, it's going to even promote them further. It's madness. He takes that approach with all his companies. It's not a lie that some weeks he works 120 hours. See, this is the thing, right? Elon is clearly taking a very heavy-handed approach with Twitter. There's no doubt about it. Borderline illegal. I don't know the legalities of how, you know, I don't know the true legalities here, but the actions that he's taking don't seem legal. even by very loose American employment laws, it doesn't seem legal. Yet, what most people also don't realise is Twitter was a dying platform before he bought it. Right? Twitter was, you know, Twitter has not been profitable for fucking ever. Right? Twitter was in the bin before Elon even bought it. So it was very clear that he's gone in and he has to do something to get it going, right? Maybe there's an element, of course he's doing it in his big calamity way that he does everything. But maybe getting rid of, you know, when you've got a sinking ship, you get rid of, you know, the extra you get rid of the deadwood, right? Maybe changing the staff, replacing 50% of the staff that runs the company, might be the shake-up that pushes it in the direction to actually becoming, over the next 5 years, a better platform. Or he'll burn it into the ground and have wasted $44 billion. There's two possibilities here. I don't know which way it will go, but I do seem to think that there's a lot more to the story than what is seen. There's always more to the story than what you see in the press. Nobody knows exactly what the financial situation is in a company like Twitter. It's a privately owned company. That's one of the benefits of a privately owned company, that the public doesn't get to see and the public doesn't get to make decisions on how it's run. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Elon is doing a speed run to become a millionaire. Yeah, from the other way, right? How fast can you go from being a billionaire to being a millionaire? You never hear these stupid things about Warren Buffett? Well, I don't know. Like I said, he's doing it in his very flamboyant way, but I think that there comes a point, like at what point do you have so much money that you can't fail? This is the thing I worry about. At what point do you have so much money that you can't fail? That he's obviously thrown $44 billion at buying the company in the first place, but you know, if he has to replace 90% of the staff if you have to replace 90% of the staff to get the company going in the direction that it needs to go in, then maybe that's the approach that's being taken right now. I don't know. I just think it's going to be interesting to watch from an outsider's perspective. You know, I both love and loathe Twitter at the very same time. Twitter is very cool. It's a bit unique as far as social media platforms go, but it is also full of some of the most toxic people on the planet. So yeah, I'm on the fence with this one. Flamboyant is not exactly the word I'd have used. All right, well. Even at this point, even with his $44 billion down the drain, he'll still be the richest man. Yeah, exactly. At what point are you so rich that you just can't fail? I wonder how spending $44 billion actually works. I'm guessing it's not a check. Yeah. I sign to the value of $44 billion, Mr. Musk. You're certainly not going to a bank and saying, "Can I have that in crisp $100 notes, please?" This better not bounce. Yeah, I'll use my Rolex as collateral, 'for sure. 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 Okay, I'm confused now because I'm at level 69 and I seem to have no campaign quest. I'm guessing it's probably because it wants me to do this one. But I'm not doing a dungeon quest. I guess we probably should go and find some other quests then. Dragon Isles await. Meet Rathian in Stormwind. Hello, game. Are you mad? Go home, game. You're drunk. Dragon Scale Expedition. It's just a random wanted quest. Oh, well, I guess it's this one. Let's go there. Let's go there. Do we have a flight point to somewhere near there? Well, let's just go to Valdrakken and fly down. That's the easy route. Best level ever. Giggity. 44 billion. What does it take to make the world a better place? I don't think it's buying Twitter. This is often something that's sort of thrown at the billionaires. Is why are these billionaires not using their money to make the world a better place? And while I do definitely agree that if they spent even a fraction of the money that they own on making the world a better place, they could very much have a massive impact. But at the very same time, is it their duty? I don't know. If you have $44 billion, surely it's not up to you. Surely it's your choice where you spend it, right? And yes, the honourable thing to do would be to spend it on making the world a better place for everybody else, but... If he spends 44 billion to kill Twitter, then he has made the world a better place. Arguably. Some of it's Saudi oil money too. Oh, I'm sure. In other news, Qatar bans beer sales at the World Cup. Well, I'm glad I'm not going to the World Cup then. This World Cup is going to be really weird. It's going to be so odd, you know, this World Cup. Really weird. I mean, having it at Christmas to start with is going to be a bit odd. I'm going to be both trying to play Dragonflight 12 hours a day whilst also trying to keep up with... It's just weird. I usually get really hyped for the World Cup, but it's not grabbed me this time because it's just at the wrong time of the year. And it's just going to be odd, I think. The fact that there's so much controversy about anybody that's doing anything with the World Cup. I saw some of the commentators taking a load of grief because they're going over there to commentate on it. They're football commentators. Of course they're going to go and commentate on the World Cup. Have they been paid with Saudi oil money? Yeah, of course they have. Like everybody else. You can't give the commentators shit for doing their job. If I had 44 billion, I'd buy a 4090, maybe. Now, you see, you'd actually need 50 billion. You'd need 44 billion to buy the 4090. And then you'd need another 6 billion to supply the damn thing with electricity. And maybe another few billion to run your air conditioning to keep the damn thing cool. What a ridiculous piece of electrical hardware that is. Right, let's go down here then, because that's where I reckon the actual quest is. The socialist in me says there shouldn't be people with 44 billion in the first place. Well, yeah. It's clearly a case of the fact that the world has got a little bit out of control. That single individuals can end up with that much cash money and all. Not even like just fake value, but actual cash monies. See, now the quests have kicked in again. Now these are campaign quests, but it took me a long ass time to work out where they were. It doesn't make much sense that we finished our quest lines down in the Azure archives, and then randomly the next quest was all the way up in Thaldraszus with like. There should, dare I say it, there should at least be maybe some sort of escort quest that pulls you up this direction. Maybe escort quest is the wrong type of quest, but there should be something that points you in the right direction. If you don't milk the 4090 for every ounce of power, it's actually very efficient, much less power than a 3090 when capping games at 60 to 90. That's usually the case, right? That's usually it. The problem is that if you do push it balls to the wall, it's crazy. It's the same with power supplies. It's the same with power supplies. It makes a lot more sense to have a power supply way over and above what your system actually needs, because then it runs in the efficiency, you know, level, not strictly at what it's capable of doing. If you have a machine, if you have a gaming PC that absorbs 500 watts of power, then if you only buy a 600 watt power supply, you're actually pushing that power supply all the time just to run your system. Whereas if you went out and bought a 1000 watt power supply instead, it'd cost you more, but it would use, you know, it'd sit at a really, really optimal point a lot more of the time. That's probably not an exact example, and there's no maths or science behind that, but it's just, you know, it's an example. The world needs a single leader to unite and lead us into the future. Donald Trump for world leader. Make Earth great again. That's about as far as I'm going to let politics go in this channel, but that's quite funny. You don't need 210 FPS on Cyberpunk after all. That is very true. Has anybody ever used the Linus PC Builder site for their PC? LTT has a PC building thing now? Isn't that what PC Part Picker's for? It's garbage. Oh, okay. Well, then maybe don't use it. I'm out here killing things. I don't know why I'm killing things, though. Why am I killing things? Okay, it's just literally a straight up kill things quest. That's fine. One of these mobs, though, is absolutely decimating my pet's health. Even Men Pet is not keeping it alive. Oh, that was... I didn't need to pull that one. Oops. Miscalculations. What we got going on here? Units found. Inspect the body. Thank you very much. I'm going to be honest. I expected to have dinged 70 ages ago. This last level, for some reason, this last part of the campaign, either it's me just being dumb level slow. Very probable. Or this part of the campaign really slows down in terms of XP gains. How people are doing this in like 3 hours is beyond me. This is my point, right? You see these guides, you see the oh yeah, 60 to 70. Oh yeah, I did it in 3 hours. And nobody that's, you know, average doing it in 3 hours. Not a chance. I mean, if I press the right buttons at the right time, I'd have a better chance, but... Oh, me flipping pet's dead again. And so am I. One individual bought 200 plus male Legos for me on a secondary realm. I had them all at escalating prices. Wow. Somebody, wow. Okay, I don't know what to say to that. Somebody's making a critical error there, I think. Somebody really thinks that evokers are going to want their legendaries, clearly. And obviously hasn't figured out... Okay, I don't understand. See, the day you stop trying to figure out why people do things in this game, the less of a headache you'll ever have. There's some fancy phrase about, you know, never discount something that could be put to could be put to stupidity or something. I can't remember what the phrase is, but yeah, stupid people will do stupid things, and if stupidity is an option, it's probably the most likely option. It was probably Elon. Why? He's bored with Twitter now. He's coming to take over the WoW economy and all. He's heard that there's gold to be made. He's heard that there's profit to be made in World of Warcraft. Definitely Elon. He actually hates me at this point. He's bought me out a lot in the past. I keep reposting at 120% crafting max. Halon's razor is an adage of rule of thumb that states never attribute to malice what can adequately be explained by stupidity. There we go. That's the quote I was thinking of. Yeah. If it can be based on stupidity, it probably is. Or maybe not strictly stupidity, but just ignorance in general. This applies very heavily to World of Warcraft, you know. Probably 5 times a week you see the threads on the WoW economy subreddit of like, why would somebody do this? And it's basically that they've been undercut on the auction house. And under 90% of the time you can practically guarantee it's for one very simple reason. It's because their TSM is set up to do it. There was no malice in it. There was no deep undercutting. There was no strategy. It's very simple. They've undercut you. Why? Because your your price was too high, and TSM has come in and gone, you know what? That's ridiculous. Let's post it at this price instead. And they're not even aware it's a thing. They don't even know it's happened, and they are literally in that person's head rent free. It makes me giggle because it happens a lot. Imagine some billionaire's kid tanking the economy of a game with a token system. It's, you know what? It surprises me, right? It surprises me that it doesn't happen. Now, it's clear there's no oil tycoon that really enjoys playing World of Warcraft, but the effect that they could have if they did, they could hoover up, for no apparent reason other than just because they want to see the world burn. They could theoretically hoover up the majority of the gold from this game very quickly.
It is good you are here. Report back.
Because the token system is done in a way so that it can't fall or rise more than about 25% in any short period of time.
We will need all the help we can get.
Yesterday I sold a male BOE for 395,000. Oh my lord. Out of curiosity, that wasn't a item level-less Shadowlands BOE by chance, was it? Because if it was, I have a sneaky suspicion I know who bought it. Ooh, Rousing Fire. I like finding mobs that drop Rousing Fire. Regular 304 BOE. Oh, okay. Is Nalek a one-shot, or will I have time to tag? You'll have about 2 seconds to tag if you're lucky. 1 if you're not lucky. It's not strictly a one-shot, but it will go down in like within a matter of 2 seconds. It'll be dead. There's about 2 seconds of immunity before it can take damage. So you want to get your tag in nice and quickly. Wow, my pet is like... These mobs, like, slap. I've not had my pet die this frequently before. Maybe they've changed the... I saw something about this. I think they've changed the either the stamina of mobs, or I don't know. I saw a change that was going to affect the level 70 stuff a while ago. But it's clear that these last few levels are slow. Like, it genuinely takes just as long to get from 60 to 67 as it does to get from 67 to 70. Everything at level 70 gained 40% health points. That's probably why my pet's dying. Because it's taking enough damage over the duration to actually kill it. Now, I really didn't want to tag that, but I have. Some Factorio for relax time. I've steered clear of Factorio in the last couple of months. It's far too dangerous for me to get involved in Factorio at this time of the year. Some serious risks involved of playing Factorio right now. Factory must grow. It must. I agree. That's the problem. That's why you don't want to pick up a new game of Factorio a week before Dragonflight comes out. No, 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 no. That would be madness. I wonder how long it's going to be before they announce their expansion. I'm I'm very keen to find out what they're going to do for the expansion. Oxygen not included is another one that there's no such thing as, oh, I'll just play this for a few hours. No. No. 3 days later, you realise you haven't eaten properly, you haven't shaved, and your wife has left you. You're like, oh, fuck, it happened again. I need more heavy rope. I can't find any heavy rope anywhere. Who's got some rope for me? Again? Now you see, you ask that like you ask that in a fashion that tells me instantly you've never played Factorio. If you'd played Factorio, you wouldn't be asking that question. Don't start playing Factorio. It's more addictive than heroin. I wouldn't do it. This is why I'm going to shave and go to the barber on the Monday before launch. And then just say fond farewell to your family till 2023. I'm an efficiency optimizing junkie. Yeah, don't play Factorio then. You'll just see you'll close your eyes and you'll just see conveyor belts, and you'll have the sound of biters in your ear, and yeah, it'll be a bad time. It'll be a bad time. I'm a flipping pet's dead again. This Tweety bird I've got as a pet is useless. There's a reason it gained the nickname Cractorio. Well, exactly. From level 50, you should just do the invasion. If you're leveling a brand new character, just continue doing what you're doing. If you're leveling a new character, presumably you're doing it via questing for the most part. Just continue doing what you're doing. There's no need to divert and switch and start doing the invasions. If you're questing in a zone, or you're following a guide or something, just continue doing what you're doing. There won't be any noticeable difference between the leveling time. Invasion 50 to 60 feels fast, but that's because all leveling from 50 to 60 feels fast now. It doesn't really matter what you're doing. I'm sure there is, an optimal way you could go, but any of the speed levelers, any of the people that actually know what they're talking about, most of them have said that the invasions, whilst they're good, they're actually not the optimal way to level. If you care about that sort of stuff.
I am thankful for your arrival.
Oh, I didn't mean to report that as a bug. That was a misclick. Oops.
The Primalists must be purged. Keep the Primalists busy while I search further up the tower for the commander.
Missed. Got him. How many of these are we killing? Loads of them. Oh, you're a bit close for liking. Back it up, son. Boom. How is it not optimal if you just have to tag a mob every 20 seconds? Watch movies all along? Well, that's true. I guess optimal doesn't strictly necessarily need to mean fastest.
Over here, I think I found Commander Aranog. What is going on?
Is there any other reason to do the Alderman dungeon besides item level and currency? Because it's new and it's fun. I don't know. I've not even checked the loot tables, to be honest. I don't even know if it drops anything cool. I'm guessing it's just the regular 278 gear, and I don't know.
Defeat the Primalist leader here. I will be your rear guard.
This dude, from last time I checked, was practically guaranteed proto-hide pelt, or whatever it's called. Let's see when we skin this dude if he actually gives us the blue, the rare one. Hey, there we go. Flawless Proto Dragon Scale. The irony is this is meant to be rare, but considering these can drop off the mobs in the first zone, these won't be rare. These won't be rare. It's fake news. Ooh, an expedition pack. Yoink.
I am thankful for your arrival. Thank you, hero. Though Aranog's
Back to
betrayal was
Valdrakken.
painful, we have at least
Would you be doing 2 professions on one character and then 2 gathering on an alt, so to optimize both gathering and the rep grind needed? That's a pretty smart way of doing it. Yeah, gathering professions should very much be an alt thing in my opinion, because it's the main character to where you'll most likely want to actually gain the rep as well, or more than likely you're going to gain the rep even if it's passively on a main character. On an alt you can just log on to it and just do some gathering for an hour or so as and when, and you'll be fine.
My forces protect.
I require a moment of your time, hero. I promise it shall not be wasted. All that matters.
Travel to the Shifting Sands. So that's over this way now. Okay. The campaign really does make you skip over most of this zone in almost entirely. There's a bunch of side quests that happen in and around this little area down here that you completely skip over. You don't even have the chance to come anywhere near them. I wonder if this is a quest I should turn in. What was this one?
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
The aspects have returned.
Both, I hope.
A Wayward Watcher. 4 rep? Boom. Splashing out.
Glory to all dragons.
Who be this? Cow with 13 months now. Thank you, my man. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome. Oh, grab Flight Master.
Aspects watch over you.
Haven't we done this before? Is this goodbye? Oh, thank goodness you're here. The Time Rays are in chaos. We'll need as much help as we can get to fix them. An infinite dragon is trying to corrupt our bronze oathstone in the temporal conflux.
Come on, Chromie. Shush, give me the quest.
Protect all time. If corrupted, anything could happen, including... Oh no. Marathon.
I wonder what's going to I wonder if actually doing the campaign's still going to be the, you know, the speediest way to level on alts. Because I reckon actually running around and doing bonus objectives, you know, practically simulating what Threads of Fate was. Now, I know we don't have Threads of Fate, strictly speaking. But that system of just, you know, completing bonus objectives. I suppose you don't get any of the big fill the bar quests like you did with Threads of Fate. So actually doing the campaign still is probably going to be the best way to level up alt still. Unless you're a crafting whore. And then actually farming first time craft bonuses might not be terrible. If it's not too expensive.
I know you'll find everyone and get it figured out. Meet me at the temporal conflux after.
But the campaign certainly isn't gripping enough for me to want to do it too many times. I think after the first couple of characters leveled, that will probably be enough. They give XP also. They do, yeah. First time, not just knowledge points and artisan's metal. No, the goodies continue even further.
The time magic, sir. There was a... Thank you.
Kachak did a bit of a test of this. He's got it's a YouTube video up on his channel. I think he went from 60 to 66 using just first time craft bonuses.
We will do this together.
Pretty bonkers. Bonkers enough that I suspect it will probably get hotfixed or nerfed or changed or at least something. I can't see Blizzard, like, as much as I don't think that Blizzard, you know, highly values leveling that much, what I also think is that they're not going to want to undermine the leveling process that heavily by letting people just, you know, farm up crafting bonuses instead. They want crafting to be its own, you know, pillar, but I'm not entirely convinced they want to let people almost entirely level through it. I mean, it's already one thing that you can technically just, you know, run out there and do gathering. It works, but it's slow. What do you think on the inscription profession knowledge consumables costing metal to craft? I was thinking on focusing in on those, but I'm not sure it will be worth it. We'll make the buyer pay for provide the metal. Artisan's metal is one where you have the choice, right? It's the bind on pickup material, but you have choice. Either you can cover the cost of it, or if it comes through a personal order, in fact, only if it comes through a personal order do you have the choice. The easy solution is just fill public orders for them. That way the buyer has to supply the artisan's metal anyway. Then it's no longer an issue. Obviously, if you're supplying the artisan's metal, then you want to make sure that the commission that you're charging for that luxury is sufficient.
Yes, I can help. Did we do it? I know I can. We make a good team. Did we do it? Thank you. Meet me back at the Shifting Sands.
You can make crafting orders for consumables. I thought it was just gear. No, it's not strictly it's not restricted quite like that. Obviously, consumables for the I don't think you can put in work orders for everything, but there are lots of things you can put work orders into that aren't strictly just pieces of gear. Oh, a map. What's this? Mark your map with the location of a treasure in Thaldraszus. We got 5,500 experience for that. Sand pile. I'm intrigued. What's in the sand pile? Another 5,000. 10.0 placeholder. Ah, release candidate mode. Release candidate. Ready to rock and roll. I think you're doing some smithing and mining on my main as I level. Then when as I hit main and we'll start an alt, we'll swap to smithing, leatherworking. And I don't really recommend people shuffle things about too much, to be honest. I do tend to go by the theory of just pick 2 professions and do them. Oh, I'm about to get my ass handed to me here. Hang on. I didn't realise those things hit so hard. I mean, yeah, that works. A lot of people will want to capitalise on the first few days of, like, crazy prices for stuff. So sure. Assuming they've structured it correctly, replacing every placeholder item should be very easy with a group of predetermined. Just a question of if they remember. Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? Are they going to remember? Hopefully they will. Hopefully. Have faith. Have faith. Right, let's not maybe pull 12 of these at once. My plan of action actually with this was to get this dude to level 70 and then to see what does, you know, what's the plan of action for when you ding 70. Presumably, oh, saturated bone. Presumably what we're going to do is head straight back to Valdrakken and maybe start picking up the levels. There's up here somewhere, I can't remember exactly where, on one of these ledges is where you start the quest line for the Sparks of Ingenuity. And that's probably maybe not #1 priority, but a high priority. How have you found the Dragonflight experience so far with the hours you put into the beta? Does it feel decent? Yeah, I mean, it's weirdly, from the very first time we saw it, it felt quite polished. Obviously, there's bugs and a few odd bits and pieces here and there, but one thing I will say is it gives me WoD vibes. Dragonflight gives me pretty aggressive WoD vibes. What I mean by that is that the leveling process is quite cool. It's quite fun. No complaints about the leveling, really. The zones themselves are quite cool. There's going to be clearly treasures to run around and pick up. we then get into the mode of, you know, there's the 4 major factions that we're going to work to. You know, this is just rep grind in disguise, though. Let's not mess about. The mechanics of it is exactly the same as a rep grind. You grind reputation, and the only significant difference this time round is instead of there being like 3 unlock points, honoured, revered and exalted, instead of being 3 unlock points, there's 25 of them. So they're just sprinkling rewards to you, drip feeding you the rewards rather than giving you them all in one of 3 big chunks. To clarify the WOD vibes thing a little bit more though, my concern is still quite heavy on the fact that people might run out of things to do, like, really quickly. Because let's not forget, even as a goblin collector, crafter, junkie, once I've leveled up the reputations, which is seemingly not going to take forever, there's not actually a huge amount to do. Now, presumably, we'll fall into the same category of like, oh, well, there'll be these rares that you can kill every day. There'll be these, you know, these items to collect, possibly. But very quickly, people will get, you know, get into that rotation of, well, what am I doing, you know? And that's what Warlords of Draenor kind of suffered from. Of that the initial leveling was really quite cool. But people ran out of shit to do super fast. And then in Warlords of Draenor, the worst thing was then to happen that there was no subsequent follow-up content for months and months and months. Now, the professions themselves look cool, but on a per-character basis, there's not really much more than about an hour, maybe 2 worth of stuff that you're going to be doing each week per character. Unless you try and make that your content, you know, unless you're sitting in Valdrakken trying to fill work orders and, you know, RPing as a crafter. Actual gameplay-wise, there's still not a huge amount. I mean, you've got 2 weekly quests for the most part, one of which is to just fill 5 work orders. So... And that you know, that will keep the crafters busy for a little while. But if you don't particularly care too much for crafting, you're not going to have a lot. There's up in the Waking Shores, you've got near the Obsidian Citadel. There's Rathian. There's a few things you can do here, but these are also mostly sort of weekly stuff. There's the Tuskar fishing event, which just triggers once every couple of hours. There's the Cobalt Assembly, which, unless they've dramatically changed it, is just an afternoon of play. Yeah, people are going to have to get really... invested in the Raid and Mythic Plus and that sort of stuff to keep them busy, I reckon. I mean, I know that's usually the way that things play out, but... Without that kind of bit, without that Torghast, without that island expedition, without that strictly level 70 zone sort of aspect, I do wonder what people are going to actually end up doing. And like I said, the skeptic in me, the skeptical side of me sort of wonders if that's maybe why they've made it difficult for people to test the endgame. The game has gone into release candidate mode without them giving any people simple, straightforward ways to test the endgame. The only way you test what it feels like to be level 70 is on the beta to level up a character to 70. And to do it that way. But luckily, I'm a crafter, so I'll have plenty of stuff to do. I just don't know about everybody else. Sounds like another expansion first patch, just maybe with a better framework. Yeah, hopefully it's just the fact that the foundations are a bit more solid. Without them making any fancy, you know, like I said, without island expeditions, without Torghast, without covenants, without any of those, you know, quote unquote systems, maybe it will mean that the foundations are a lot more solid, and maybe it will mean that very quickly, maybe the first patch will literally be like 12 weeks. Maybe we'll get a 10.1 hitting the PTR like really quickly. Maybe the next raid will be out incredibly fast. Historically, the first raid is also a pushover. You look back on any of the first raids of any expansion, usually the first raid is a bit of a meme. It's very quick to progress, it gets people in there, it's usually got a very high uptake on people actually, you know, attempting the bosses and getting through them. So we'll see how that plays out. If they can, if this is just a really good solid foundation and they've already got a really good solid plan for patch 10.1, there'll be no problems. If they make 10.0 last 8 months though, then we might have issues. Because there's clearly not enough to keep people busy for that long. Obviously things are a little bit more swayed because it's, you know, the festive period, so there's clearly guilds out there that probably won't even start raiding until January, or not heavily anyway. You know, they might do a bit of normal mode, touch on heroic or whatever, but if there's guilds out there, that most guilds probably won't try to progress mythic until January, I would guess, unless you're a top 100 guild. This is why a lot of the raiders and Kias are really stoked about how Dragonflight's looking. That you don't really need to do the Korthia power grind. You don't need to suicide in the Maw to be optimal. Yeah, you know, ooh, what's this? Cool. It's one of those, right? There's got to be that balance. There's got to be the balance. If you know, if your life is spent running Mythic Plus, then obviously nothing's going to particularly change. The only thing that's going to change is that you're not going to have any necessity whatsoever to step foot outside of a Mythic Plus dungeon unless you're trying to put a new group together, which in their eyes is great. And I hope it's, in a way, I do kind of hope it's the start of Blizzard coming to terms with the fact that people don't want to dedicate their life to this game. It doesn't matter how much you enjoy World of Warcraft. There is plenty of other games out there that other people want to play. And sooner Blizzard realise that people are going to do what they want to do in the game, and then they're going to put the game down, and they're going to go play other things for a while. And then if you leave, or if those players leave the game on positive terms, they'll come back next time that Blizzard launches a patch and that they release new content. Then people will come back. They'll happily come back. They'll tell their friends to come back. The sooner Blizzard sort of gets to grips with that, I think, the better the game will be overall. There doesn't strictly need to be. I know we pay for the game, and we pay for the game on a subscription, but there doesn't strictly need to be 30 days worth of content every single month. It's just not sustainable. And it's only because they try and make 30 days of content. They try and make a week's worth of content stretch, and they try and time gate it and stretch it out to cover a month. That's what pisses people off, because then stuff just becomes unnecessarily grindy. And then they start feeling that if they do put the game down to go do something else, they're either going to fall behind, or worst case still, when they do come back to the game, they're going to be so far behind that they have 2 weeks of grinding to do before they can catch up with whatever the new content is. It's just bad news all around, I think. if they give people like a solid 4 to 6 weeks of content at the beginning of an expansion, let people go out, let people play it, let people finish it, you know, let people get their reps done, let people kill the final boss, just let people be done with it for a while, let them put it down, and when they release new content, people will come back. No problems.
That staff is able to harness temporal energy from a source. Please, give it a try.
As a part-time casual, casuals invent their own fun and play the game at a much slower pace, so this is also great for them. That is true. That is very true. There are some people that just enjoy playing different classes and are somewhat content doing the same thing 3 or 4 times. Just on, you know, today I'll do it on my mage, tomorrow I'll do it on my paladin sort of thing.
This artifact in order to... Oh dear, it backfired. Brace yourself.
This whole sort of you must do Torghast twice this week, and then you must come back next week and do it twice again, and then you must come back the week after that and do it twice again. That sort of mentality just kills the fun for many people. And hopefully Blizzard have learned that by now. But we'll see what brings in the next few months.
Once stood with the Alliance against...
I don't remember this. Why the flipping hell am I back in Gilneas? Maybe I should have watched that cutscene.
Really, we must be...
I want the perimeter secured and the gates manned by 2 guards at all times. No one gets in, no one gets out.
We are going back.
Oh. Well, we didn't last in Gilneas very long then. Fine. I find it hilarious that Blizzard gives armor replicas to employees for long-term working in the company. 2 years you get a shield, 5 years you get a sword. Actually time-gating gear, IRL. They kind of are, aren't they? You got to be there 20 years before you've got a full set of armor. I think in Korthia they slowed things down a lot. I think Korthia was probably maybe the start of it, but I don't think it was real. I mean, you say that, but then you look at Zereth Mortis, and Zereth Mortis had outrageous levels of time gating in it. So if they started slowing things down a touch in Korthia, I think the only reason that it feels like Korthia might have been where they started is because Korthia was pretty undercooked. Korthia felt very rushed and half implemented. In a weird way, it felt like Korthia was meant to be part of the Maw to begin with, but they just fucked up development schedules, and so Korthia became its own zone, and it part of its entire own patch. Like it felt very. It didn't feel like a fully finished, polished endgame zone, Korthia. Maybe it's because I played it far too much, but. It never felt right. Something about it was off.
Did we do it?
Zereth Mortis felt like a solid, you know, solid expansion zone. If it wasn't for all of the early days time gating, I think Zereth Mortis would have been much better. It still baffles me that things like the creation, not the creation was it the creation catalyst, the thing that the pet thing, the pets and the mounts. It blows my mind that they time gated people's ability to start making pets and mounts and farming for pets and mounts behind the flipping Cypher system. It's like, that is absolutely the best possible thing that could have been in that zone for the first 2 weeks before the raid came out. People were absolutely killing for something to do in that first 2 weeks, and instead all it turned into was a simple, well, let's just go kill all the rares every day. Felt very weird. Yeah, played it far too much. Maybe. I don't quite know what my hours played would have been for Dragonflight. Sorry, for Shadowlands, but it was more than it probably should have been. And I know that clearly has some sway on my opinions to the expansion, but. I think for every hour that I spent playing the game, I probably spent 4 in the auction house, though. I'm quite sure I clocked up many more hours in the auction house. God damn you, legendaries. Rest in peace. Is there a way to farm Awakened Order? I've not put too much time or effort into finding farms for the materials yet. Some people are starting to pay attention to that sort of stuff, though. Awakened Order, I don't think so, because Awakened Order isn't strictly an element, which means it's less likely to drop off a mob. Awakened Order is likely to be the one that's a little bit more expensive, I feel. Lots of the professions have ways to sort of generate, let's call them the natural elements, so fire, earth, air, and frost. Decay and order, though, might be... Decay, see, I think you can farm for decay. I think over in, where is it? Brackenhide Hollow area. I think you can farm for decay over here. Now, I haven't seen or heard of an equivalent for Awakened Order, which leads me to believe that that could end up being the expensive one, or the rarer one. What's the cancel scan meta going to be like in Dragonflight? Worse or better than Shadowlands? I don't think it's going to have improved all that much. The difference is that the things that you're selling on the auction house are not strictly in the same league as what you were cancel scanning on in Shadowlands, right? Cancel scanning meta was pretty strictly... You know, you cancel scan on stuff that's heavily profitable, that you're super keen on being first in the queue for. The weird thing for me, right, the weirdest thing was that the cancel scan meta ended up being most used on items that didn't strictly apply to the last in first out rule anyway. In terms of, you know, it was legendaries, it was 262 gear, 233 gear. Gear doesn't strictly apply with the same, you know, last in first out ruling. Because when you search for an item, you still get to choose which one you buy. It's just, you know, mainly down to personal, you know, player purchase habits of the... It makes a lot, you know, if you're going to buy something and you've got 4 listings and they're all the same, the lion's share of the time, people will buy the one that's on the top of the list. But in Dragonflight, you're still going to have the desire to play the auction house in a similar way. If you're trying to sell commodities, you're probably not so much going to be cancel scanning, but you're still going to be paying a lot of attention to the auction house. So, it's still going to be a thing. It's just the markets are going to be slightly different to what you're used to. I think I've spent 10 hours on the auction house for each hour of playtime. I would suspect my ratio is probably something similar to that, yeah. Korthia patch, we had sockets and conduit upgrades behind Reputation, 2 chapters every week, so you had to do it for soulbind upgrades, domination gems, more renown, more Torghast, more cinders, bi-weekly events, and weekly that happens every other hour or so. If anything, Korthia had even more weekly grinds. I I'd forgot about domination sockets. This is the byproduct of not really raiding. I forgot that that was a thing. Yeah, in that regard, you're probably right. Aren't there Titan Touch nodes or something? There are, yeah. So when you're herbing and mining, you might find Titan Touched Hockenbloom node, for example. When you loot that node, you'll get Rousing Order from it. That's going to be its main source, is through gathering. I'm not sure if there's any mobs in the game yet, or that... Well, I've not stumbled across them anyway. I've not come across anything that naturally drops Rousing Order. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's just a case of I haven't found it. I'm meant to be doing something here, and I don't know what it is. Observing something.
The energy from this rift feels primordial. Oh, this is not good. Maybe you should handle this.
I think forgetting domination sockets is a boon. Well, yeah, this is it. Like, due to the fact that I don't particularly engage too heavily in the endgame content, it's easy to forget things like that, because I never felt the necessity to grind any of it out.
Really need to tell Dante? It will be fine.
Right, we are nearly level 70. Hand in these last couple of quests, and we might not be... Might not be far off.
What time is it? We must find the time.
Why were you inside that time rift?
It is a long story.
I am always ready. We make a good team.
So many books, so little time. It has been a time.
Oh, epic upgrade. Yoink. Big upgrades.
We cannot lose more time.
It is good to see that you have returned safely. What happened?
Do you think we'll get Dragonflight on PTR this week, maybe? Still no beta access? They never do that. They never do that.
What of the others with you?
Unfortunately not. If you get beta access, you can play test a bit early. If, unfortunately, you don't get beta access, I think the phrase goes, you shit out of luck.
It was vastly different.
In what way?
The timeline.
I wouldn't worry too much about it at this point in time anyway.
Everywhere. Few.
Most nearly everything that you might want to find out can easily be found through, you know, content creators, YouTube videos, Wowhead streams, you know. There's plenty of content out there now, I think. And in the next couple of weeks, you'll start seeing an absolute flood of information. There's no chance that, you know, if you want to stay ahead and you want to work out what's going on, you'll be able to find out the info. I get, though, you know, seeing it firsthand is definitely a benefit. Oh, hang on, I can just grind mobs for this bit. I forgot this was just a grind mob thing. Cutting edge raiding, bit of key pushing, not always even on the same tune, then some auction house hustle on the side. Happy to see that I might now have a bit of time for all of it. Well, that's true. That's true. Maybe taking a little bit more of a softly approach will let people do a bit of everything if they want to. Maybe so much so. Because, well, yeah, that's actually a really good way of looking at it, to be fair. When they sort of aggressively time gate things and put player power grinds in and all this sort of stuff, it very quickly leads people down one path. And then any time that they're spending doing anything other than that one activity seems like wasted time in many cases. That, you know, oh, if I go do some PvP today, then, well, I'm not grinding neck levels or something. Yeah, I guess that's probably a good way to look at it. Unless you're a crafter, where you're going to be on the rep grind from day one, but I've actually slowly started to realise that even the rep grind is not that crucial for crafters. It's a nice to have, but still not really a crucial thing. By the looks of things, the real big ticket items that people might want are either going to be in the spec trees, or they're going to be bind on pickup patterns that you could theoretically buy off the auction house quite quickly, I'd imagine, if you're on a big enough server. I do think that, I know I spend a lot of time sort of trying to find the ins and outs to all of this stuff, but I'm really tempted to take Dragonflight really quite casually. I think it's maybe got something to do with the fact that I've already been playing the game pretty consistently for the last couple of months. I'm very tempted to just, you know, play my hunter and do everything I can on my hunter. Follow my own advice, to be honest. I'm very tempted to follow my own advice. Do everything I possibly can on the one character. Level up all the reputations on that one character. Unlock all of the patterns on that one character. And just, you know, become the best at those two professions. And whilst I'll, you know, keep my ults ticking over, I don't particularly have much desire to play my ult like mains. Even though I am in the position where I kind of could if I wanted to. Most recipes behind rep are kind of meh. See, a lot of them I've kind of, now that I've looked into this in a bit more detail, it's pretty apparent. Oh my lord, I died. It's pretty apparent that most of the recipes behind reputation are the recipes that are going to directly benefit you as a crafter. They're not strictly things that are going to directly help you make lots of gold. It's not like you unlock somebody's BIS pattern and then all of a sudden you get 2 days head start making that item whilst everybody wants it, sort of thing. I don't think there's anything that's going to be quite that powerful. Certainly not that's locked behind reputation. There might be something in that regards behind a spec tree or a recipe that drops. You know, there's lots of recipes that seem to drop in the raid that should be bind on equip recipes, by the way, or at least we suspect them to be. That will then end up on the auction house. It's then up to you as a crafter to decide, right, well, do I buy this recipe and try and, you know, cash out with this one recipe, or, you know, what's your choice? Want to spend the first couple of weeks gathering as much as possible, then try and go for the 1% Mythic Plus achievement and not care about gold for the majority of the time. Gold's going to be far less of a factor, I think, for people in Dragonflight. Simply because there's not really any big ticket items that people are going to be absolutely desperate to have. You'll still have that category of people that want to make a lot of gold so that they can play the game for free. That's clearly going to be the biggest draw for a lot of people still. That, you know, if you make enough gold in a month, you can play the game for free. Now, whether you have to put much effort in to achieve that or not is dependent on, you know, how the expansion plays out. If you're in that category of want to play the game for free, e.g. make enough gold to buy a token each month, then there'll be stuff to do for sure. But I don't think, you know, your raid loggers, your Kias, I don't think they're going to really have too heavy requirements for gold. unless they're, you know, unless they want to be in the 1% of Kias or Raiders, you know. Depends how competitive people get. Raid drops of recipes will probably go to the guild raid members. Ooh, you'd be surprised, they'll end up on the auction house very fast. You would assume that to be the case. But, you know, if somebody gets given a pattern... Well, it depends on what type of guild you're in, right? If it's a strict guild and you're pushing... If you're a top 100 guild, then yeah, you're probably right. The recipes will go to somebody in the guild that can be used... That can then craft things for other people in the guild. If you're not a top 100 guild, though, there's a very good chance that a recipe will drop for you and it'll end up on the auction house within minutes. Especially if it's worth something. You know... By that same logic, you could also say that raid BOEs will go to raid members. But look how many of them end up on the auction house within minutes. I think it will be good as we get further along in the expansion, more recipes and higher crafted gear. I think there's a long tail. The long tail to Dragonflight for crafters, I think, is what's really quite good. The first initial rush, the first month of an expansion's crazy from all aspects anyway. Anything you do, I've said this a bunch, that you've got to do something really wrong to not make gold at the start of an expansion. Whether you're out there gathering materials, whether you're doing 2x4 farms for BOEs. Whether you're, you know, the thing is, even now, just raiding, with things like BOE recipes dropping from the raid, there's a source of, you know, arguably passive income for raiders, right? Oh, you're doing the raid, now there's something that's going to drop in the raid that you can go put on the auction house, something that's not strictly a high item level BOE. I think what will be really good, though, for crafters more than anything is that if you're keeping up with your profession knowledge, you'll just have the ability to be... You'll have your finger in many, many pies, right? You'll have the opportunity so that when the wind changes direction and something stops being so useful and something else becomes the thing that everybody wants, that you as a crafter, if you've been keeping up with knowledge points and keeping your spec trees up to date, you'll be quick to react to any changes. And I think that will be where the benefit is. That same scenario again, just like legendaries in Shadowlands, to be honest. Those that turned up halfway through the expansion after watching everybody become millionaires from legendaries and wanted a piece of that. If you turn up late, you'll be at a bit of a disadvantage. But not so much of a disadvantage that you won't be able to catch up, which was kind of a problem with legendaries.
Be cautious.
So I think generally it'll be pretty good. Hey, are we going to ding 70 now? Are we like 1 XP away from dinging 70? We literally are.
Please, meet us there when you are ready.
Race you, Dante.
New recruits.
Better get comfortable in that bubble, Eternus. I won't let you corrupt our bronze Oathstone.
Whether I am here for a day or millennia, it matters not.
Hero,
I will ensure the
require your
rise of
assistance as
someone
well.
worthy.
Never. Lord knows Dormu is counting on
People are
me.
weird. I had guildies who did Korthia farm for conduits, whilst their endgame content was weekly 15s and heroic raiding. See, this is it. Like, people do whatever. Like, people have some weird habits in the game. You know, there were people running around with 233s Aerith Mortis gear who also had two 291 item level legendaries. Arguably, they were, you know, those people did not need to spend hundreds of thousands of gold on buying those legendaries, but people still did because they could. Really, there is never there's never much logic that can be attached to that. People will do what they want to do. And the good rule of thumb for crafters is just be there ready to sell the people the thing that they want. Like, you can try and make your best guesses to what it is that they might want, but the reality is all sorts of silly people buy all sorts of silly things. There's level 70. Boom. This is actually a really good this is a really good point for raid BOEs, especially mythic raid BOEs. Guess who's buying raid BOE, mythic BOEs? It's not mythic raiders. People seem to be under the assumption that it's mythic raiders buying mythic BOEs. No, it's LFR whores. You know, people who do nothing more than LFR. They're the people that are spending disgusting amounts of gold on these mythic BOEs. Why? Because that is their only way they're ever going to get an item that high. People who are doing mythic raids do not care about spending that kind of gold on a mythic BOE. Why? Because they can just kill a boss and get one for free. It's no biggie. Mythic raiders will buy them if they're bis, sure, but like it's the general marketplace for that sort of stuff is people that are really not justified in using that gear in the first place. But if you've got the gold, you do as you please, you know. Do you think dual crafting consumables that adds the sockets to the amulets will be profitable to craft and sell? They seem very expensive to craft. People will pay whatever they need to pay for them. This is the same thing again, right? People will buy them. Why? Because it means they can add 3 more sockets to their piece of gear and can put 3 more gems in it. Just by proxy of the fact that having 3 sockets in your neck is the best possible thing that you can have will mean that people will do it. Profitability is dependent on what materials there are and how many other people are trying to do the same. I can only answer the question of will people buy them, and the answer is yes. I can't strictly tell you whether they're going to be profitable or not. Did you see the Limit tweet about commissioning crafters? I did not. What's Max doing this time? What's Max's plans? What's he doing? What's he doing? I need to slide into Scripe's DMs, I think. Oi, Scripe, do you need a crafter? Team EU wants that world first, right? Because obviously the crafter will be able to take all of the credit. There's a limit to only 2 embellished pieces equipped at once. Does that mean purple quality crafts? No, it means pieces of gear with the embellished tag. There are some crafted items that are embellished by default, but not all of them. It tends to be like speciality pieces that are embellished by default. So for leatherworking, for example, your basic end game armor, your Lifebound set, these are not embellished. These are just end game pieces of gear. You can equip as many of these as you want. If you add an embellishment on it though, then it will become embellished, and you can only equip 2 pieces of embellished gear at any one time. There are some pieces of gear, like I said, speciality pieces that are embellished by default. So if we look here, like the elemental patterns, these things, you can see they've got the unique equip 2 embellished by default. So you are only going to be able, you know, you're going to have to be aware that before you buy a piece of gear like this, that it is going to count towards your 1 of 2. If you're like a blacksmith, for example, this is actually I wonder what the weapon is. Is the bow embellished by default? No, it's not. I was just thinking that if you're like using a 2-handed weapon that's embellished, that will count as 2 as well. For reference, when you're looking at adding embellishments, these are things like some of the perks are above 90% haste gains some mastery. I don't know how much it is. Adorn your armor with thick spikes, adding presumably Thorn's effect to some degree. Increasing the duration of Dragon Isle's potions by 50%. I sense that that might be a popular one. Infuses the item with the essence of decay. I couldn't even tell you what that does. I'd need to look at the toxic armor patch to find out in more detail. When you heal, you sometimes fire a healing dart. Well, there's the healer one then. You've got Thorns, which is arguably going to be your tank one. You've got the healing darts, which is going to be your healer one. Alchemical Flavor Pocket increases the duration of well-fed from Dragon Isle's meals by 100%, and they persist through death. Oh, well, that's almost a mandatory one as well, isn't it? This could be the thing, right? There might be 2 of these that you just want on your gear. And that will take up the 2 embellished slots. Now, if you choose 2 of these, obviously that's going to limit your ability to wear any of the speciality gear. I don't know if some of the speciality gear, if things like the set bonuses on these are going to be powerful enough that people would take these over what we've just looked at. Your spells and abilities have a chance to pelt your target with magic snowballs, causing your enemy to take frost damage or your allies to receive healing. Is that any good? I don't know. Welcome to the world of Sims, right? While in combat, you are wrapped in an intense heat, which burns nearby foes for 611 fire damage every 3 seconds. Is that going to be like bear tank must-have sort of thing? I don't know. Ancestral, this is the same one. Oh, critical damage and healing have a chance to spur you on, granting haste for 10 seconds. It depends just how much desire people have for these like bonuses, these perks on the gear. Spells and abilities have a chance to rally you and your 4 closest allies within 30 yards to victory for 10 seconds, increasing verse by 200. There's some PvP ones as well. Gladiator's Distinction reduces the duration of incoming crowd control effects by an additional 5%. I've seen a lot of people talk about these ones actually. Infurious Boots of Reprieve. I've seen lots of people talk about this. Reducing crowd control by an additional 5%. Whenever a player is slain within 20 yards of you, you're filled with tenacity. Gain 1,000 verse for 10 seconds. Don't Retribution Paladins kind of have that by default? I don't know, I've not played Ret for a while. Gladiator's Distinction reduces the... that's the same one again. Leather Boots. Causing you to deal 1% more damage to enemies who attack you for 5 seconds. I don't know. I don't know how much people will care for these perks or bonuses. Some people will test them out. This is where you'll have, you know, somebody will come along with a BIS list. Somebody will sim the crap out of all of this. Probably already has. The melee dot one will be huge, I feel. Yeah, I'm not the person to ask upon which ones are going to be the best, but all I can report is that they exist. And your limitation is going to be that you're only going to be able to equip 2 pieces with one of these bonuses on them. So you're going to have to be selective. You're going to have to pick and choose which ones you care for. What have we got down here? Decayed patterns. Obviously, I'm only focusing on leatherworking right now, but it's just because it's the profession I have to hand. These boots permeate a deep chill through you, causing your spells and abilities to sometimes deal 3,000 frost damage, but permanently slow your movement speed by 10%. These effects are increased by 100% if you equip a item crafted with a toxified armor patch. Oh, this is clever. That's a good way to use up both of your embellished items in one go. a bit of a kiss curse effect, right? You're a bit slower. You're a bit slower, but if you equip a toxified armor patch, which would also create a piece of crafted gear with embellished on it, then you're going to do up to 6,000 damage. Slimy expulsion boots. These boots ooze a toxic slime which slows your actions, reducing your haste by 86. Your attacks will occasionally splash slime onto your target, dealing 3,000 nature damage. Doubled if you use a toxified armor patch. The thorns feed off your vitality, reducing your stamina by 50. Your spells and abilities have a chance to launch magical thorns at your target, dealing 5,000 or striking enemies. Oh, sorry, healing allies for 5,000 or striking enemies for 2,700. Some of these sound pretty cool. I don't know if they're going to, you know, there's one thing, you know, sounding cool is great, but people will still hunt down, you know, whatever's the best. What's going to do the most damage per second? Toxins course through you, occasionally triggering potent venom. While affected by potent venom, you lose 261 of your lowest secondary stat. Note that the fact that you're losing the lowest one. If it's your lowest one, it's probably the one that you don't care so much about in the first place. And gain 653 of your highest secondary stat for 10 seconds. That sounds quite cool. Doubling if you have a toxified armor patch on a piece of gear. So you could gain 1,300 secondary stats for 10 seconds. I don't know what that equates to DPS wise, but for some characters I'm making that's probably quite a lot. Dealing damage with spells and abilities has a chance to inflict a tome-wrought rot upon your target, causing them to take dot damage and slowing their movement speed by 30%. There's some cool bits of kit. Scripe's live now. Ask him if he needs crafters. Let's not pester Scripe. Let him do his stream. He knows where we are. But yeah, so this embellishment thing, you can only have two pieces of, you know, two pieces of gear that do something fancy. But that's not to say that you can't equip yourself, for the most part, in fully crafted gear if you wanted. There's practically an entire set that could be crafted. Your issue is clearly going to be, though, that even if you push the item level on these, it's probably not going to be, you know, there's not going to be many items off the crafted list that I reckon will end up being BIS for people. And if they are, they're more likely to be these speciality pieces that are embellished by default. So, I don't know what people are going to do, to be honest. And I think the more options that people have, if I learn anything from legendaries in Shadowlands, is that it doesn't always strictly matter what the BIS list tells people to do. If there's an option to be had, there'll be somebody out there that will do any of the options. So there's no real... If you're looking at what to like spec into and which recipes that you want to get your hands on quickly, there's no real wrong answer. With enough people playing the game, somebody will do everything, right? Those that went... You know, those that crafted only the tailoring capes, what were they called? Oh my god, Grim-Veiled capes. The people that only leveled up Grim-Veiled capes often had lots of people wanting a Grim-Veiled cape, but at the very same time, they also had lots of people that they were competing against when it came to selling the damn things. The odd person that maybe leveled up a different tailoring item had far less competition, yet still... a handful of people still wanted them. So, but ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I think I might leave it there for today. I've been streaming a lot the last few days, so I want to focus on a little bit. I've got a busy weekend as well. I want to focus on a few bits and pieces before the day's over. So I might leave it there. We are level 70 on this character, which means that in the next few days we can start paying a little bit more attention to what needs to happen once you ding level 70. Now I've clearly got a few quests of the campaign to finish first, but I assume we're going to finish the campaign, head back over to Valdrakken, and then we'll be good, right?
Both, I hope.
Knight's Fire and Spooky Linus. Thank you very much for the Prime Gamings. Appreciate it. Thank you. Enjoy your weekend, boys and girls. Have a good one. I will be back on Monday with another stream. Next week's schedule. We are getting remarkably close to Dragonflight now. I was putting a lot of time and effort into streaming the latter part of this week simply because of drops, giving people the opportunity to get their dragon kites and what have you. I might take a few days next week to focus more so on some video content, considering we're getting remarkably close to the launch now. So the streams might not be quite as lengthy or quite as frequent, but we will be back on Monday all the same. Yeah, have yourself a good weekend, boys and girls. Come check by the Discord. Lots going on in the Discord at the moment, especially if you want to talk all things Dragonflight. But yeah, have yourself a good weekend. Thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. I'll see you all on Monday. Peace.